Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Thank you all very much for stopping in for more Disco Elysium. And, as often tends to happen, I'm very sorry for keeping you all waiting past the appointed stream start time. Sometimes unexpected things just take place in the life of a spy, and as as inconvenient as it is, he has to deal with them. I hope you'll all forgive me for that. But it's good to see everyone. Thank you all for your patience during the pre-stream, and I hope all of you are safe and well. I hope everybody is doing okay this evening, or this afternoon, or whatever time of day it happens to be in your particular time zone. Oh, very good, Mortiferra. That sounds like a nice blend. Yeah, Tramer, spotted by work. Hey, Malkavia. Hey, Sam. Hey, Friedal. Hey, Big TK. Hello, Bone. Hello, Mel. Quaya. Dark Warrior. And Sam, thank you so much for extending your subscription through next month. I really appreciate that. You did, Malkavia, although that's only because I've arrived about 20 minutes late. Which I wish I could have done something about. Sometimes, no matter how much you plan ahead, somebody from work calls and ties you down and you're obligated to take the call. All right. Where did... Oh, okay, I guess we, Raycolon, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Oh, did you, Tramer? Are you enjoying it so far, Tramer? Because, I'm enjoying it, but it certainly has turned out to be a very different and unusual experience. Good, Tramer, I'm glad to hear that. Hey, Last Second Bloomer, welcome! Yeah, just started. Do I know how far I am, Famine? No, I do not. All I know is I'm on the second day, and I have not yet gotten the corpse down from the tree. Okay. Yeah, Bloomer, you know me. I tend to prefer to solve problems with my mind and my mouth rather than my fists. Okay, Malkavia, no problem. Well, that's what I figured, Bloomer. I figure most of the weapons that we're going to be running into are probably going to be firearms. Well, Famine, the thing is, there's a lot to do. Like, a lot to do. Yeah, some of the dexterity-based options seem pretty good, Bone. We've had a few checks so far that have required those skills. Yeah, Bloomer, I have been figuring that out, that this is, I mean, there isn't really any combat per se. It seems like everything is handled by skill checks. The only issue I'm having so far, other than the fact that the, like minor stuff, that the controls are pretty wonky and cumbersome on console, it's really clear that this game was designed with PC controls in mind. Other than that, and some misbehavior of the UI that I suspect is probably attributable to the fact that this game is ported to consoles, and I'm playing it on a PS5, is that there are so many different leads and so many different things to do that it's starting to seem like I'm getting a little bit lost and I don't know which one to chase first. And also the fact that some of the tools which are supposed to help us with accessing containers in the world, like the pry bar, we can't actually even use. There's a container in the basement of one of the abandoned buildings where it looks like we're supposed to use a pry bar, but then it explicitly says, oh, the pry bar is not strong enough. So I'm sitting here thinking, well, why even have the pry bar then? What's the point? But the writing I've really enjoyed, and I mean, it's obviously pretty intense at times, but I don't think we ever actually talked to this guy.
You a scab now?
Ah, right, this guy. I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money.
He chuckles, then realizes.
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here, to the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
Really, Bone? Well, that's unfortunate. Everett said you have a key to a door. Key, huh? He runs his fingers through his mustache. What door is this key supposed to open? I was hoping you could tell me. Of course, I got you. You don't know anything. Taps the side of his nose with a little wink. I got that key right here, and let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, they say. I saw an opportunity and I took it. I'm a hustle grinder? Wow. I'm not really doing this for political reasons. Oh, so the none of the above type, are you? I get it, I get it. I like to keep my distance too, he nods. But it doesn't matter, it's a good thing you're doing, thanks. He treats that as though it's not an honest answer. But the honest answer is I'm not doing this for political reasons. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the Whirling in Rags, that's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. His gaze wanders off into the distance. None of this mess we're in, this jiving and juggling. What's it for? He doesn't wait for you to answer. To feed our children, I guess. Anything else I should know about this task? This weasel person? When he'll be home? He shakes his head. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we're fighting for. The man takes a big sip from his flask.
He means he's not going to tell you, cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everard.
Okay.
Who he is, and what they're fighting for? This is interesting.
Why are you striking? We're negotiating our share. Your share? Aye, he seems pleased with himself. Wait, so not wages, or pensions, or... This stuff they already covered. Shouldn't you be grateful then? It's a lot more than most people here have. At least you got the benefits, that's something. It's not enough to get ahead. More about keeping us in our place. Alright then, how much of a share are you guys after? All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board so they could take part in the decision-making process.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deporting them to a labor camp in Southeast Grad. But don't say that out loud if you're a communist.
Are you a communist? No, he pauses to think for a moment. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value in saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Well, I mean, at least this guy's honest. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. I mean, that's an awfully pragmatic way of looking at it. But there certainly is some truth to it. Just the way the world works, Boyadero. The boss man, Everard, what can you tell me about him? Yeah, Bone, I was wondering what the deal was here with this guy's lines not being spoken. I always have, I just assume that it's unfinished or a bug. think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. He shrugs. In my eyes, he's a capable organizer and a decent businessman. What does bossing the Union entail, anyway? I guess you kinda get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it, appreciate it even. He is personally not too lavish. I mean, that desk seemed pretty lavish. He's reasonably lavish, sure, that's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Honestly, I'm not sure which is worse. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway, and moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
You seem to have spent a lot of time thinking about the political situation. Sure, I've had the necessary free time. He spreads his arms wide, using the reach to show how much time he has. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing.
I will say, it is very important to have command of your own time.
It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends.
You know, that sounds like the most appealing ideology we've encountered so far in this hellhole. Maybe I'm a Boyadero.
No.
But
No.
the man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide, yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go wider if need be. An endless torrent of time. Man, and freaking Encyclopedia won't let me pick the one good ideology. Thanks for nothing, Encyclopedia. Any idea who killed the hanged man? The mercenary, aye? He shrugs. Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? He shakes his head solemnly. The merc was hanged with a very specific type of cargo belt, one often used in heavy transport areas. For example, harbors. What a thought, he scoffs, looking shocked. Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course. Pushed how? Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. Hold up, what does that mean? He was an agent of the opposition attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. Okay. Did you kill him? I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men with all sorts of skills. Like that big racist guy up on the bridge.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure am glad it's not my search. He takes a sip from his flask. Alright, well, before anything else, we need to go get that damn corpse down. And I'm gonna try one more time to see if we can shoot it down. Because I'm not entirely sure.
Yes, we do.
He breathes out.
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
Take the shot, Lieutenant.
I'll blow his head off.
Take it! Take the shot!
Yeah, take the shot. Kuno wants some of that shit.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world.
And once again, one of the worst for police duty.
He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Say nothing.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls.
God damn it.
Okay, he misses again.
He feels bad about it.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
What now?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
Oh! I don't remember this option being here. Can I have the gun? I should try.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks.
He pauses, then shrugs and proceeds to load the pistolet.
Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
The piece shines in his outstretched hand.
I only have one gun!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana poika! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
Feel the weight first. A cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Bakelite? No wonder this is such a cheap, crappy gun. Your finger fits right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
What are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
Point the gun at the belt. The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground, your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Hand-eye coordination. Oh, I'm so tempted to point the gun at her. Alright, can we...
I agree. Enough gunslinging. We need to go to the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down.
Okay.
They have the tools.
Hang on. Oh, okay, so we... Alright. We only get one shot at that, and we have to skip through all the dialogue. I was trying to see if I could back out and then re-enter the dialogue without having to go through so much of it. In case we have to re-roll that check, which it's very likely that we will. Alright, well... I guess we'll just...
Yes, we do.
He
Oh yeah, do this!
I'll blow...
Yeah,
and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel,
Okay.
separates the scouring
This
stick,
we can't
and
skip,
gives
so
the
this is gonna-
cartridge 5. That's it. He then steps back and assumes the kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast.
God damn it.
Alright, hang on.
He feels bad.
Kuno could have hit it easy.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down.
Need to talk about getting him
Yes,
down.
we do.
Okay. So we can now save here. Hello, Rolls. Welcome. Hopefully, Rolls, we're about to solve that. So,
Yes, we do. It's bad. Go ahead.
okay.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boy. The fuck are you? Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Okay.
A plume of
At least this isn't terrible. A 28% chance is an awful lot better than what we've been working with up to now. And we do not
Yes, we
need
do.
to owe
It's back-
Everard
go
a
ahead.
favor here, so...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boy. Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you
Well,
won't.
looks like we
miss.
got it.
The
Second
buckle
try.
explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir.
Believe me, Rolls, I'm tempted. With your hand numb from the recoil, look at the body slumped down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you.
Looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Who killed you? Communism. Amazing.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right.
Yeah, Venny, or just a really cheaply made one. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench. Well, we got the body down. Who's laughing now, you little shit?
Well, fuck you, Kurpale.
Despite her words, her tone seems celebratory. You've been policed.
Ace is high.
Lieutenant raises his hand, waiting for you to
The
slap
Ace
it.
is high, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades during the revolution, is used to celebrate success in Revachol, especially in sports. The gesture is spread across the world, despite the defeat of the revolutionaries themselves.
Ace is high.
The lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the customary salutation. Your palm hurts from the slap. It's precise and down to the point.
I knew these guys were
His voice is deeply approving. Yeah, we're whatever that is you just said. You got a problem with it?
Kuno cracks with laughter. Sounds like someone strangling a seagull. It's clear he enjoys himself.
I knew they suck each other off.
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
He needs to turn away from the corpse.
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy.
Wait, field autopsy?
Yes, the 4 phases of a murder scene. 1. Investigation of the scene. I'm satisfied with that part. The trash container, the prints, we've been thorough enough. 2. Initial examination of the victim. We were exhaustive in our efforts there. Good job. 3. Field autopsy. This will not be pleasant or easy, and it will have to be performed on the scene.
The fuck are they on about?
Cops are gonna cut his shit up next.
4 and final, transport of the coroner's case to the district morgue. I'll do that. God, this stinks.
Don't we have someone else for the autopsy? Like, you know, a doctor?
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From crime scene to autopsy to cleanup, we do it all.
Honorary rank?
An honor and a burden attached to your rank. Mine is Lieutenant Detective, unfortunately. I can't tell you how tired I am of this corpse.
I don't think I'm a detective.
With shooting like that? Of course you are. Your station would not have assigned you to this case otherwise.
Okay.
In the meantime, we should locate the representative of the logistics company. My preliminary information suggests the Wild Pines have sent a strike negotiator to wrangle back control from the union. I bet she has a fresh perspective to offer us. Since we've already talked to Everhart in the harbor, that interview is done, for better or for worse.
Is this the famous list of initial interviews?
Yes. And those were the interviewees. Let's go.
Okay. So now we need to figure out a way to get into the area on the opposite side of the greenhouse. And if I remember correctly, I think there was some stuff over here that we were supposed to be able to do. Now, there's this. And there's this. Oh! Magnesium and some money. Peekaboo.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back. Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
Okay, so I guess this was the answer to getting through here. A garden hose. This won't be of use until the snow melts. Balcony with a view to the yard and the hanging. There must be another way into the building. Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. Another splattering of bullet holes in the wall. Oh? No Safed and orange bum hat? Okay. +1 to reaction speed and -1 to rhetoric. Bum brain. Ha! Oh no. Oh man. This.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
Press your ear against the door.
The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
Okay.
The door to the weasel's den, guarded by the lion-headed knocker.
Now, we did just get an autosave, but... Yeah, Ugin, I feel like the bum hat might come in handy for fashion purposes. I definitely get the sense that I'm going to be switching out clothing quite a lot. Alright. Well, we've
The door
saved,
to the
so...
weasels, you knock silently. The upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment.
I guess no one is in?
The lieutenant looks uncomfortable.
You're pretty sure the owner of the apartment isn't here. It's safe-ish.
Lieutenant, what is your opinion of the task we're undertaking?
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself.
The lieutenant replies, still inspecting the padded door.
Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
So you don't mind if I unlock the door?
I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his busy work. But if this gets us to the bottom of this hanging, then I'm willing to look over it. On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrart we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it.
Lie to Evrart, that's also an option.
Yes, presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
Interesting.
The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this. Besides, if you never open it, you're never gonna find out what's behind the door.
That is a fair point. Oh, we can't go into the greenhouse, though. Huh? What's this? That smoker up there could be a witness. Talk to him. What? Where? Who? Smoker? Where? Oh, that guy whom I can't even see. Or reach. Alright, doesn't look like there's any way up there. Let's put this here.
The door to the... You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. Only curiosity could account for stepping over that threshold. Maybe there's treasure in there. A white alligator. A fountain of quicksilver. As you hold the open door, you can feel the air moving. A little draft. A whistle.
Let's go in and see what's down there.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others. A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. The images betray a lack of interest in human beings. They are merely unflattering caricatures.
What do I mean uncomfortable?
The owner of these mugs doesn't like people of other ethnicities very much.
Ah, and that would explain the mug that we found. Typical asshole.
This person is unhappy. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down with a look of disdain.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Whip out your yellow man mug and compare.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash.
Interesting, Neo Shadow. This is the place that Everard sends you to break into, or to open the door to.
And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues have a way of magically connecting to other clues down the road. Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
You really think it's the same person who put the dead man's clothes in the trash?
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, a nice coincidence.
You could ask Everard who this person is once you're done here.
Yeah, we probably could. Whoever lives here admires fair-haired fantasy heroes with big muscles. What's this? Your isolary dress shirt. Pressed and spotless gleaming white shirt. The kind the serious men wear at serious inter-isolary offices. Not yet piss-soaked or cum-stained. Well, that's good. So this is going to give us +1 logic. Okay, that's helpful. A book titled The Hidden World of Walking Sticks lies open. Almost feel the warmth of the red sun on the flag.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty.
What's with the sun?
This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle.
Yeah, Ugin, I'll have to save it for when I find a full set of other clean clothes that I can wear with it, so that I'll no longer have to be Hobocop. What's the sevenfold sun miracle?
It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
Lieutenant, the old flag of the suzerain.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
By old-fashioned, he means very right-wing.
Don't bow to the flag.
The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing.
Interesting. And we also have this. Ah! Elysium. Small suitcase full of clothes. Guests are staying over?
A row of mugs sits on the shelf.
Okay, nothing else there, huh? Well, actually, if this guy is so right-wing that he's got a royalist flag and a bunch of racist paraphernalia, I don't feel so guilty about actually completing Everard's task. I am perfectly content to let this guy and the socialists fight it out. Must be another way in. Okay, well, can't reach that. Alright then. this?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Conceptualization. Do we have anything? Ah, we do. Conceptualization. Guess that's the best we're gonna do here.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Oh, really? Even with the conceptualization boost, it's still 3%. Hang on. We actually equip that? Did, but right, actually we do have a skill point. So let's put that into conceptualization while we're here. Actually though, do we have a thought that we need to unequip? No, it doesn't look like we do. Yeah, Famine, it is. Put this here. Up changes and close.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Still impossible. Well, in that case... I don't see the point in spending that skill point on conceptualization. I guess it is famined, but this is one of the reasons why I still think that the percentage number that is shown to us in the UI here is just a flat-out lie. Because we have a conceptualization bonus from the shirt. And then we had one from the skill point, and it's still showing us
just an ordinary wall.
3%.
Nothing to see here. You have...
So I say we just keep re-rolling this, because we do supposedly still have enough threshold to be able to get a critical success.
Just an ordinary... You have no...
And we've learned from experience that sometimes save scumming these checks can get us really good rewards. We got 100 real out of a couple of save scum checks in the harbor.
Just an ordinary wall. You have...
And mercifully, this one is an immediate reload. Although the actual load time still leaves a little bit to be desired.
Just an ordinary wall. Oh,
there we go.
Father.
Look, we didn't even have to wait. Because this is no ordinary wall. It is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors. Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into thoughts in your brain.
Huh?
Kim, I must paint this wall, add even more beauty to it. Huh?
He sounds tired of it all.
First, I know you're tired, Kim, but take another look at this wall. Draw nourishment from its beauty.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
The lieutenant looks up at the wall reluctantly, then back at you. Sure, I'll find the materials, then we can come back to this magnificent wall.
I suppose we have to pass by it again at some point anyway.
he says in a tone of resignation. New task, add even more beauty to the wall.
There it is, the most beautiful of walls. Stop and admire it for a moment.
Okay. Well, we'd better save before this game crashes again. Well, Ugin, if I can manage to find some painting supplies, we'll certainly come back and have a go at the wall. Hello, Rain Beetle, welcome! I guess that's all we've got for now. Alright, actually, I think now we're gonna need to go beat up Kuno's dad. So that's gonna mean physical instrument, reaction speed, interfacing, and that's probably it.
The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier. Cindy the Skull, huh?
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
We just want to know your name, little lady. No need to get defensive.
And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
Despite the sass, she puts the brush aside. What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
So you don't know what to write?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here.
Her pronunciation of graffito is, amusing.
We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Why are you so committed to defacing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
All right, well, I guess maybe this is going to be where we get our art supplies. I have an opinion on this, want to hear it. That's a pretty flaccid thing to say, frankly.
Yeah?
I don't have an opinion, no. I'm gonna have to stop you. Well, actually, that last case... I don't know, I really don't have much of an opinion on this. I mean... She is apparently trying to summon criminals, which is not great. But, classy graffiti is not something I necessarily mind unless it's done with the deliberate attempt to vandalize. I don't know, let's see what happens if I try to stop her.
Let's be realistic. What are you going to do? Climb up there?
You heard your partner, Piggy. I'm unstoppable.
I condone the idea of using physical force on her. She's a girl.
Oh, the dialogue says it condones it. Physical instrument says it doesn't. You keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier.
Ah.
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Hey, Caliban, welcome! Ah, congrats on the new PC, Caliban. Yeah, the speeds of an SSD really are something else if all you've experienced previously is a hard drive. I am very glad to hear you're enjoying that. Congratulations, Caliban. That is good news.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Okay.
Good idea, Piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to her on.
You know anything about the recent murder? Well, actually, let's see.
Can't you tell? I haven't really started it. Yeah?
Let's see. I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Oh, good. Do you know anything about the murder?
I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Great. I need some paint and your brush.
What for?
The apocalypse is coming. I need to warn people.
What do you think I'm trying to paint here? A mural for a better tomorrow? Why do you really need it?
I'm doing renovation. It's boring but necessary.
But boring. You're not using my lovely brush to spread boredom.
Okay, from my motor carriage, we're going undercover. I ain't helping no pigs fool honest, upstanding citizens. I'm not an antisocial element. Okay, for art, then. Fine.
Well, if it's for art... But what kind of art are we talking about?
Everything is sad and shit, and we need art to make it okay. Just give me the brush.
Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity, not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my conscience.
Crush a man's dreams like that. I hope you're happy.
There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in everything.
Oh, that's great. Oh, good. Another conceptualization check. Attempt to explain your artistic intentions. All right.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
I wonder if there was a correct answer there. Let's try that again.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested.
Yeah, when were
for
you last
Hep
tested
C?
for Hep C?
Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a Manowar.
She nods hatred.
That
The woman on the boat does not notice her Ozon is
Probably the wild pine. You
good idea, piggies. Run along, can't you? I haven't really started. Have you? We read
she wants it to be something true. And
this. I thought I'd mix it up. You know, yeah. Fine.
she means the opposite. You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Oh, good. Awesome.
I ain't
know
no
about the murder.
actually.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Watch your. Hello again. What for?
For art.
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking
Grand
about?
art.
Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off.
Okay. You'll see. You will all see and tremble.
Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck. Everything really.
Let's see then if we can... we can do any better with the conceptualization. What's this? Oh, speakers from the People's Republic of Samara. Wait a minute, we bought these for 50 cents and we can sell them for 5 real? Oh, we still have it on. Okay.
Hello again, officers. Have you...
Well, at least this, once again, is an easy reload. Not necessarily a quick one, but...
Hello again. I ain't no... We weren't put on this earth to make your life...
a fairly easy one, nonetheless. Hopefully, we'll get
Hello
a
again,
little bit of luck.
officers.
Because I'm pretty sure that now we can get a 12, an 11, or a 10.
Hello
and
again,
still pass
officers.
this.
Have you come to admire my mural?
Since we have the thought ability bonus that decreases the threshold for getting a critical success.
Hello again, officers.
An 8. So we roll the dice, see where they may fall.
Hello
Come on,
again,
why don't we
officers.
spin the wheel?
That's pretty. Stop quivering like jello.
Oh, whoops.
Hello again, officers.
Okay, that was a 9. I feel like that was pretty close. I mean, I feel like it was, but then the odds of getting one outcome aren't really any higher or lower than getting any other outcome.
Hello, I ain't no.
Actually,
She nods this hatred.
Ah,
That.
The woman on the boat does not notice her Ozon.
probably the wild. You should.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now.
You don't
There we
have
go.
the skills to execute something like this in practice. But, oh boy, the idea's going to blow her fucking mind.
so we got an 11 there. I'm going to create a highly detailed skeleton of an ancient bird that went extinct 100 million years ago.
She squints her eyes.
And then I'm going to paint it red using heavy fuel oil, and then I'm going to fucking light it on fire.
On fire.
Her lips move. It's the Phoenix, got it? What do you say?
I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that.
I'm sorry, was the image offensive? Did you survive an avian attack as a child?
Didn't we all? I like your idea. I should have thought of it myself. I don't need this kind of competition in my neighborhood.
Damn, it was too strong. I didn't realize you were so petty and insecure.
Insult me all you want. You're still an art cop, sans art materials.
Oops, my apologize. I guess I was trying too hard.
You're a police officer, and a grown-up. Why are you trying to impress her? Maybe try a different approach, like climbing up there.
You know what? That's right. Hey, Decoy, no problem. Go get some food. Go take care of yourself. I appreciate you stopping by to say hi, but do not neglect your own needs, please. All right. Well, I guess we were too cool for her.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
This is the police. Open the door.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
I'm not joking.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
He trails off, leaving the sentence unfinished.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Kim, tell her we're real policemen.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
The lieutenant repeats dutifully.
There is no reply. Just faint, sweeping sounds inside.
All right. And we don't even have an option to knock down the door. Well, maybe she means this one. Hi, Warstar. Must be another way into the building. Well, this doesn't help.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice, despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame. Why are you whispering? It sounds like you're, already in trouble.
There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice.
He says sotto voce.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Hey, Monotone, good to see you. I am doing all right, thanks. How about yourself? You holding up okay? Actually, the gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
He asks you, adjusting his shirt.
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Looks like you got a good view of the Whirling's backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hanging? I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you, it was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet's standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
He waves lazily with his cigarette. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did you? No, not you two. He gestures idly. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
The lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and writes something down. Oh, awesome, Monotone. It's always nice to get something like that done, isn't it? I can appreciate that, Monotone. I've had to do a little bit of home improvement lately myself. I had to wire an additional electric outlet because all of the electricians in my area are useless and none of them want to take a small job like that for a reasonable price. So I had to just order the wire and the fixtures and do it myself. But I saved a ton of money. Last week? I don't know, look. He looks around the courtyard again. Old piano chairs and dead house plants litter the scene.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
He sighs. I had a friend over. What kind of friend? It was my Sunday friend. What's your friend's real name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
Can you tell me your name? My name is Martin Martinez. Yeah, right.
That's definitely not his real name.
You're not actually called that. No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? He scans the courtyard. It's silent like the bottom of a well, every sound captured and reflected back. I need to get inside this apartment building. Can you help me? Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. He shakes his charming head. I have to run. Blast it. We'll talk later. No, we won't. He takes one last drag off his cigarette before stubbing it out on the balcony. Convince him to stay.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging.
Oh, for God's
Show him
sake.
your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
Hello, nobleman. Welcome. This is awful. What do you want from me? Do you want me to cry, huh? No, for God's sake, I don't want you to cry. He takes a quick step back and looks around, clearly disturbed. Listen, I really have to go. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the extinguished cigarette sailing over the rail. Luck with the investigation. He walks away. Echo Drop, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Run after him.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
We just give up.
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
Hello, DevTech. Welcome. Okay, interesting. So that's the fail state. This, I think... I think we already passed the...
Hello again,
did.
officer.
So, if we put on... suggestion... I think we have something on also that decreases suggestion. Ah, yes, -1 suggestion. Okay. So we need this. Thank you, Malkavia. I really appreciate that, and I'm glad somebody thinks so.
You
Hey, Lord
see
Louise,
a
welcome.
young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette.
Not looking for any... There's no trouble. I don't want to...
Don't let him go. This could be your witness,
Is it really...
like a nervous cat.
All right, but make it quick.
That's...
What were you...
Wait, is someone else in...
I didn't. No.
And
I
when
did
you...
okay.
You didn't...
He doesn't reply. Just...
Okay, now we have higher suggestion. We should be able to pull this off.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes, compassion, and a hint of understanding.
When he speaks again, his voice is soft and deliberate. I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the cigarette butt sailing over the rail.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door.
Aha!
It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation. He walks away. Aha! There's a fake rock with a key in it.
He's gone.
We should run after him.
No
so he
point in
went.
running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he,
So
he
we
could
just
be
give
a
up.
witness. Him or his Sunday friend. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
Ha!
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Alright, I bet there's a key inside this rock.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
Ha!
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and the man can be in any of them.
How are we gonna find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Put the stone back. Oh, this is still the back door. Oh, no? Aha! So we're gonna need our physical stuff now. Hobocop time. Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. This box is filled with cleaning chemicals, smells of laundry detergent. Warstar, there hasn't been a single moment in this game that I haven't felt like a hobo cop. What the? Flip up glasses, the auditor? Hell? +1 logic, balancing the books, -1 authority. Filthy hobo. Probably a narcomaniac. Wow. I don't know, nobleman. Walking around dressed like this is Hobocop enough for me, to be honest. An old shoe rack, boots, sneakers, and old slippers. These shoes come in 3 different sizes. These shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. Ooh, money.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno de Reuter.
Like we found where Kuno's dad lives.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
All right. Well. Yeah, Malkavia, that's true. Yeah, that necktie really worries me, Warstar.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges. Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
It's the ledger you found in the trash.
No, clearly it's not worried about me. Nobleman, I'm more interested in maybe being able to slap him with a fine. Alright, do we have all our physical fighting gear on? Half-light... Actually, maybe half-light would be better for this. Half-light was... Let the body take control, threaten people. Yeah, actually. I think we need those. Interfacing won't help us here. Yeah, Nobleman, which is why I think it's more likely to be helpful here than interfacing. This. Money.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw.
Straw, huh? Lieutenant, I've located psychoactive substances on this table.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something in the other room.
All right.
You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. Oh, God. The air stinks with something sour. Right, we're gonna have to wake him up.
A crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads, Tutti Frutti. It smells faintly of apricots, with a barely noticeable twinge of cinnamon.
I don't think that was the correct voice line. Alright, so I think I see what's happening here. Some of these are not... Some of the recordings are not correctly attached to the dialogue that they're supposed to be attached to. Oh, someone please clip that. I believe what he meant to say was a bundle of clothes heaped on the bed, a stained parka, some towels and a duvet, some socks even. Hold up, Lieutenant. Look at that pile of clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Lieutenant has covered his nose. Slowly reach out your hand.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet. Or some ancient temple.
Oh, clip that too. Oh, ZAUM Studios. This would be a fantastic joke if it weren't clearly not a joke. Yeah, Teyarik, usually what happens in situations like this is that internally on the back end of these games, each line of dialogue has an ID number, and each recording is meant to be associated with a particular ID number in the game. And it seems as though somebody messed up the ID numbers or possibly attach the wrong ID number to a couple of lines of dialogue. Something underneath there is breathing.
It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out.
Okay, it looks like those were the only 2 lines that were misplaced. Let's get him.
Good question. There is no answer or secret phrase written on the inside of the wrapper, yet you're drawn to it.
I take it back. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it. Pull the blanket off.
You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol, and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Kim, is this thing even alive?
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
He points to a fleshy lump sticking out from the other end of the blanket. The limb seems to be twitching from time to time.
A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep.
Thank you, guys. If anybody wants to go ahead and tweet those clips to ZAUM Studios,
The aging alcoholic
go ahead.
is still there, breathing. The air in the room. The man groans.
Okay, Malkavia, have a good one. Take care. No, it is most definitely not apricots or cinnamon monotone.
The aging alcoholic is still there. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs, he says. He's trying to call you pigs.
What did you just say? You're awake. He's awake.
His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again.
At least he got to say his piece.
This must be Kuno's dad.
Well, judging by the color of his hair, I would say yes, it is.
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes.
I was expecting something a little worse.
I think he's still quite bad. I mean, what he has come to.
Lieutenant tilts his head.
This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
This is serious damage. I'm still not sure he's not dead. Suddenly the man starts growling. 3 words manage to escape his mouth along with a strong stench of alcohol. Oh, they are for the clipboard, War Star? Okay, interesting.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
Maybe we could help him somehow.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side.
Excellent form.
We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The arm saws would turn him down.
Yes, War Star, I do.
They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'd be dead in a few.
The lieutenant stops, listening to him.
The pile of blankets grunts miserably.
Okay, well, I took your amphetamine, old man.
Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body.
Oh. Regular black jeans. We just took his pants. Thank God for black jeans. Everyone looks good in black jeans. Combine it with your favorite book, t-shirt, and yellow plastic bag to channel that laid-back trash bin raccoon meets a cool professor vibe. Or do whatever you want. It's just a pair of black jeans after all. Normal day for a normal guy. It occasionally gives you extra dialogue options, nobleman. Full Trash Panda War Star would be... Oh, yeah. There we go. There it is. I'm a cop, guys. For real, I promise. I hate it, Warstar. I hate it. We need... Alright, this is at least a little bit professional. I mean, it's a professional hobo, but... Alright, what am I still missing here? Stuff about fair and physical instrument as opposed to... light... composure. This'll do for now. Alright, well I guess that's that. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words.
Look out, Kim. There are communists around here.
I'll keep my armistice handy, detective.
He doesn't actually reach for his gun.
Inspect the symbol closer.
The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is the star upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Ha! Okay, why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
What does it evoke in me?
Smug superiority, aesthetic musings. The triumph of capital is undeniable. But maybe the guns were sort of cool. Revolutionaries had loads of guns.
Oh, alright. That's an autosave. Postcard, Boogie Street 46. 5 cents. The graffito says, a firing squad for the rich. A note reads, foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates. Oh, and the door is smashed open.
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor.
Rub your sides for warmth.
A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to minus 20 degrees Celsius.
Her face?
Is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression.
The plan?
Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down.
Look around.
It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a three-legged stool in the middle of the room. She had an eye for beauty.
Sea below looks cold and winter gray. Someone has torn down the wall. Ah, someone was trying to renovate this. $0.20 and a healing item. An old grocery list on the table and checks.
What happened here?
You can't foreclose on an apartment with a hole in the wall.
It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
Except the stuff in the fridge.
Indeed.
Okay. Exit, huh? All right, we should go check the Whirling in Rags to see if we can look out that window yet. Not this way.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window.
It's
The
still
hawthorn
not time
branches
yet.
scrape the glass like bony fingers.
What the hell do you want me to do here? All right. You know what? Let's just get this over with. I don't know what time of day we're actually supposed to come here. And I'm not sure I trust this game to wait around too much longer.
Behind the dockworkers. A seat, nothing.
We've done okay with these supposedly impossible checks so far. Let's just knock it out now.
Behind the dockworkers. Nothing.
We almost had that, too. That was a 10. So I guess now I know I need at least an 11.
Behind the dockworkers. Nothing. Behind the dockworkers. Nothing.
Honestly, though, even as I say that, I'm not sure I want to sit around and wait for however long it's going to take. We'll try a couple more times, and if we don't get it,
dockworkers. Nothing.
then I guess we'll just wait a little longer. We'll go finish up the stuff in the apartment building.
Behind the dockworkers. Nothing.
Neo Shadow, I've heard all kinds of theories on what the % chance is. But there are so many different elements at play, and some of them are clearly not being shown to us in the UI, that I'm not sure what to trust anymore.
Nothing.
Well, there's a 10. One higher and we would have gotten it. Not that that really matters. No, nobleman, but that doesn't mean that it won't be helpful or beneficial. The shipping crate, or the shipping container wasn't mission critical, and
nothing.
It made life an awful lot easier for us.
Behind the dockworkers. Nothing.
Once again, a 9. We'll try one more time, and if we fail again, we'll come back later. The thing is, I just don't know when later is, because it keeps telling us it's not time yet, it's not time yet. But I'm worried that if we wait too long, we're going to miss the opportunity.
Behind the dockworkers. Nothing.
Nope. I know that, Neo Shadow. That's the point, is I'm waiting for it to be timed so we get the modifier, but I have no indication of when it is going to be time. And I don't want to come back in a few hours and find that, oh, time already passed. It's too late, you missed your opportunity. Negated by some interaction with some door. Well, that doesn't really help me an awful lot, Tarek. Let's...
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Something I'd like to sell. This is a postcard, so we can sell it. These we can sell? Hang on. Why did you even buy these? They're no magic speakers, they are lame speakers. All they will ever produce is a faint memory of the song you're trying to listen to. Sell them for cash. Yeah, see? We made 4 Real 50 on those. Oh, okay, Teoric, I see. In that case, I appreciate your intent. It's just I can't even begin to fathom where I would go or what door I would interact. The only door I can think that I would interact with is the one in the kitchen. But we've been given no indication at all that of what we're supposed to do with the door in the kitchen. Unless the key that I got to the apartment building is the key to the door in the kitchen. But I highly doubt that. What I do know, Teoric, is that I haven't unlocked any interactions with the kitchen door yet, unless getting the key to the apartment. I would like to, if possible, Warstar, yes. But I'm gonna have to... the game made it pretty clear I'm gonna have to do that without Kim around, so I'll have to wait till later at night. Neo Shadow, this is very explicitly a game in which things can be missed.
You see a heavy steel door. The door doesn't... The cobalt blues. It leads to a side building.
Nothing. Alright, hang on. Oh, you have Neo Shadow. You meant the window? I see. Leo said you're friends with Mañana. Is that true? The mention of Mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
They're friends.
What's in that borscht you're making there? Point to the large pot. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak.
I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Mercury rising. Run your fingers through your hair. Man looks at you, then at the soup. His face lightens up. He picks up a bottle from the shelf. Barskas need more vodka.
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Vodka borscht. I love it, Bretan. Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself.
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
What? What even is this? What does this mean? Hey, Jalapeno, welcome! Turn it... What am I asking him to do here? Turn up the heat on the stove? I don't know what this could mean other than turning up the heat. Add more vodka, remove some, or leave the decision to him? It seems to me that if we have him add more vodka, then it'll knock out the workers. No, Tarek, I don't. I can literally count the occasions I've consumed alcohol in my life on one finger. Because there was literally only one occasion in my life when I did, and then only because I was obligated to. I had no choice. And that was at my bar mitzvah when I was 13. I had to drink basically a thimble cup of ceremonial wine. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever tasted other than mayonnaise. And I am resolved never to touch alcohol again as long as I live. For that and a whole long list of other reasons. But I guess for my purposes, it would help if all of the dock workers were drunk. So yes, turn it up. He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew. Teoric, I don't know what to tell you, man. I guess I'm just that transparent. I make a terrible spy, don't I? I don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine. Nah, Hunter, they'll be fine. Hello, amateur. Welcome. Oh, not spilled on me, Jalapeno. You're thinking about when I was invited to a beer garden by some colleagues of mine at work, and a girl sitting next to me who was not affiliated with our group bumped me with a lit cigarette and set my shirt on fire. Mel, drunkenness at a union strike sounds like a great way to get everybody who is striking to fall asleep and stop striking. Oh, I was okay, EJ. I was able to put it out. I mean, it was a cigarette burn hole in my left sleeve that gradually started smoldering. And I looked at it and I realized, oh, that's smoldering. And I poured some water out of my water glass into a napkin and then put the napkin on my sleeve and stopped it from smoldering. But needless to say, that was the end of that shirt. Oh, the apartment complex, right. Warstar, this is just a hunch, but you might be a special case. Speed bottle. Oh, right. Oryx, morale. How convenient someone has equipped this tiny bottle of amphetamines. Oh. Oh, well, EJ, I hate perfumes. I hate any kind of fragrance or unnatural scent. So, I never wear any of that crap. So fortunately for me, I'm not at risk of catching fire just from cigarettes.
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
She sneezes into a dirty handkerchief. Are you all right? Should I call a doctor?
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
I'm fine. Don't you worry about me. She starts coughing, red spots appearing on her cheeks.
Now, what you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Who are you? I'm no one, just an old woman who cleans these hallways. Do you live here? You call it living. She spits on the floor before wiping it off with a broom. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. Barely bigger than a closet, but I don't complain, no. She juts out her chin, eyes shining. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company, and that's all I need from this world.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the coal room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slippery.
All right, amateur, catch you soon.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
I'm looking for a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, a smoker on the balcony. Hunter, 15 shots of Thai whiskey already sounds pretty lethal. Yes, I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right? She looks at the other end of the hallway.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for? No trouble, I just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives? Talk! The cleaning lady starts laughing, but it turns into a violent coughing spasm. She squeezes a broom, trying to catch her breath.
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room number 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. She points east. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I have a few questions about those apartments. Ask away, policeman. Do you know who lived in the foreclosed apartment? How am I supposed to know? The cleaning lady shrugs, her mouth puckered like a dried fig. Another nut job, I assume. Why is there a hole in the wall in the abandoned apartment? Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
I mean, I would be worried that it would cause the building to collapse. Tell me about the man who lives at the end of the hallway. Uno de Reuter. Cleaning lady starts digging for something in her pockets. I don't want to talk about de Reuters, she mutters. Why not? Addicts, all of them, and sometimes I hear them screaming. She winces. They don't like me cleaning behind their door, think I'm listening in on their fights.
It was dirtier there, after the janitor's closet. She avoids the end of the hallway.
Aha!
We saw unpaid utility bills. Aren't they going to be evicted?
No one likes them in this building, she shakes her head. It's only because of the kid they haven't been thrown out. Warstar, that's a hell of a recovery, and I've got to give you big props for making it out of that somewhat intact. Yeah, Warrior, I can't even begin to imagine. I don't touch the stuff. And I hate to think of what even a small amount would do to me. What can you tell me about Cindy? The artist? She scoffs. Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leans on her broom. She leaves an old lady to her business, more than I can say for others. Right, I guess that's all,
She
then.
mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
All right, I guess I'm leaving. Apartment number 8, their mailbox is overflowing. Door number 9 is locked. I did get that impression, Warstar, but when you look behind you, you still have a lot of progress that you can look back on and measure how far you've come. And that, in turn, at least ideally, should give you some sense that you can still keep going. You know?
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Knock.
The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side.
Knock again.
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Oh, another misplaced dialogue. This time the steps come closer. Who is this? Demands a female voice, wary and tense. This is the police. Open up. Do I have to open the door? You hear the clacking of heels again as the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge. You have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Okay.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number...
Oh, okay, that's that door.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11.
Examine the padlock.
It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
The last time I whipped out my chain cutters, I got a restraining order against me. But hell, what could it hurt?
This door has been closed with a padlock.
Actually, we have a pair of gloves that will help with this.
This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
After you, detective.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
It is my duty as a cop to investigate every square inch of this world.
Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently for you to uncover them.
Thought gained the Jamrock Shuffle? -1 is spirit decor, confusing behavior. By now it's clear you like to look inside containers. You like to open doors and see what's behind them. Maybe secrets, maybe more juicy containers? Let's be honest, you like all containers. Trash cans, utensil trays, manholes, coat pockets, secret containers left behind by the Philippine kings that hold forbidden relics. Okay, you haven't come across one of those yet, but one day... Wait, is that why you're so hellbent on opening containers? Do you think you'll find the Holy Scepter and the Orb de Montan? Maybe? I really wish that there was some way for me to unlock more skill slots, because it doesn't look like I can unlock any more skill slots. Yeah, Warstar, and that's how a lot of people from a generation behind yours, well, a generation or two behind yours, ended up addicted to opioids as well in the United States. Hey, boomers, do you guys like opioids? We've got all the opioids. You guys should try some. It's like every boomer in America was wearing a horrific necktie. Yeah, man, you should snoof all the opioids. And the rest is history. Well, I'm referring to a specific period of time, Tarek, which was the period during which Warstar is referring to when he was sent to Landstuhl. Right, I guess there's nothing we can do in there. In that menu for now. Flamboyant poster of a white star. Real lithography. Sumerian lounge? What? Saramiresian lounge jacket. +1 conceptualization. Oh! Wow. Not bad, but not quite yet. Books of critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such. Photos of revolutionaries posing with guns. Revolutionaries love to pose with their guns.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Marzov.
Upon closer examination, that appears to just be a bust of Karl Marx. Ah, welcome back, Rolls.
Krazmazov Nomdegir was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
The voice says 9-day government, the text says 11-day government. I think maybe another QA pass would not be a bad idea here. Why does this tenant have a bust of basically Karl Marx in their bedroom?
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Yeah, rolls, and that's one of the great things that's so much fun about tea, is trying different blends yourself and seeing which ones you like. Whoever lives here needs to learn how the economy actually works.
I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do.
He leans closer to inspect the economics book on the table.
There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
A plaster cast bust.
Okay, Yeah, rolls, and just think about how many other types of tea there are that you could try blending. What I recommend is try blending the Lapsang Souchong with different varieties and see which ones you like best in the blend. Right, to the balcony. Oh, good, Warstar. I'm glad you were able to resolve that situation. 15 cents. Fantastic. This. The breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. Huh. So I keep forgetting. Right, one of these... Huh? Come on. No, This is the door to apartment number 29. Complete silence. Whoever lives here isn't home. Senad, yes, but only minor problems. And I don't think those problems are related to the PS5 itself. I think that they're just mistakes the developers made and oversights that I believe they're going to fix. I think there's supposed to be a patch pretty soon, Saynad. I think that they announced that they were going to patch the game again within the next couple of weeks. This is the door to apartment number 30. Voices from within singing along to some buoyant dance track. Just the door. Nothing for you here right now. This. What? Okay, right, hang on. Even as I say there are no major problems on PS5. There is something weird going on here that I'm going to want to restart the game for, which is that every time I interact with something, I get locked in place for several seconds afterward. And I can't move and I can't examine anything. So let's try... Let's try this. Alright, I guess there's nothing we can do with that, which means the only remaining door here has to belong to that guy.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
He looks around, taking in the cold spring air.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
I mean, we could catch him at 9 p.m. tonight. Well, what do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we are here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.?
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory. Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things. You got this.
Sounds good. Tomorrow, 2100 hours.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably gone for today. No one answers.
We should return tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Hey, Bone Score, welcome! Good to see you! Thank you very much for the raid. Really appreciate that. How are you doing this evening? I hope all is well for you, and I'm glad to see you, and I very much appreciate the raid. What were you streaming before joining us? Were you also streaming this? Ah, glad to hear that, Bone. Very glad to hear that. I am all right, thanks. It's been a relatively uneventful day for me, and these days I consider an uneventful day to be a good one. Oh, look at that! The light in this guy's apartment goes on, but he's not here. Did you guys see that? The light in that window that clearly belongs to apartment number 28 just turned on right after we finished talking about how this guy is obviously not here. Thanks, Disco Elysium. Oh, Odin's Sphere and Dive Kick. Okay, Bone Score. Very good. I've never gotten around to Odin's Sphere.
This door is...
I am familiar with Dive Kick, though. I think we came out this door. Let's see if... So I think this balcony door leads to the balcony out front. And we might be able to have a little word with Cindy. Yes, indeed. Huh?
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Form a guess about what happened.
A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
Take in the ocean.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet rolled over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscured the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
Look at the ruins in the water.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
I honestly don't know how far I am, Bone Score. This being a first playthrough, I have no idea what percentage of the game I've completed by now.
Underwater, iron helmets have sunk deep into the sand and the mud. Helmets of soldiers, and their finger bones too, and clavicles, littering the ocean floor.
Who did this? This damage?
A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol.
Hey Kim, do you know who shelled our city?
The Coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
Not anywhere that I've been able to find yet, Lognako, no. Oh, okay, that's money. Alright, maybe now we can have a little bit more of a conversation with this Cindy.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
She crosses her arms.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Is that heavy fuel oil?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Fumes are bad for you, okay?
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage.
Alright, well, I'm sorry for invading your personal space, but I'm gonna take that paintbrush from you, kid.
And I need an aircraft carrier. So what?
Cindy, I'm gonna stand here till you hand over that paintbrush.
Have you got any kids? Because you sound like the world's saddest dad right now. But fine, take the brush. I'm all out of fuel oil anyway.
She drops the paintbrush at your feet.
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil.
Oh, God. Can't I just use paint?
Are you kidding me? Fuel oil is so much cooler. No way you're disfiguring that beautiful wall with something as pedestrian as ordinary paint.
For God's sake. Hey, Kim, do you think you could lend me some of your fuel oil?
My fuel oil is for my kinema. Use your own fuel if you are unable to contain your artistic impulses, but please, leave my kinema out of it.
Alright, well, we got the brush anyway. Also, if she's painting the building with fuel, this is a humongous fire hazard. I love how nobody's commented on that yet, at all. Huh? Above, tarps flap in the wind, forgotten hammers and nails rust. $2.25, not bad. The door is locked. You can't get in. Chair's new. Someone lives back here. Oh, I know it doesn't, Teoric. But if you get a hot enough heat source near it, it will still ignite. A match obviously isn't enough, but... Really, Warstar? That's news to me. Someone's been sleeping here recently. Cindy? Oh, what have we here? Enough coal to last for several winters. Smells of chemicals. What? Pour la home... Hang on, what? Pour la home laborer jeans. Pour la home means for men. My French is garbage, but that much I do at least know. Electrochemistry. God ass. Oh, and more electrochemistry. Why would I want to do that, nobleman? I'm already a hobo. Forgive me. I'm beginning to think I might need to get a dehumidifier, or rather a humidifier for my office, because even at this time of year, the air is just miserably dry. Alright, we've checked everything in here. Oh, can I not get out now? Yep, I'm alright, Monotone, I promise. The air just gets dry in here, and it doesn't help that I'm constantly fighting a battle with dust. Ugh. But I also don't want to get a humidifier near my electronic equipment, which is why I haven't put one in so far. No, Warstar, believe it or not, and I know this might come as a surprise, but I'm not the artistic sort, and I've never actually done any meaningful research into paint or its composition. I mean, I know in general that oil paints have been a thing for hundreds of years, if not longer, but diesel specifically, that I had no idea. Not really, Bone Score, no. It's just that sometimes my, my throat and my nose dry out, which cause me to sneeze, and then that causes my nose to run, and it's just unpleasant all around. Yeah, Monotone, it seems like the upper respiratory system needs a lot more humidity than literally anything around it. Firefox, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. And, hello, Undead Medic. Welcome. Firefox, apart from the atmosphere in my office causing some upper respiratory distress, I'm fine. Thank you. Oh, CRTista, I wouldn't necessarily mind an air cooler even in the winter, because in Berlin, winters tend to be pretty mild. I mean, it gets cold, but we don't tend to get much worse than that here, especially now with the, you know, the planet heating up and all that fun stuff. That is also one reason why I keep a pitcher of water with me while I'm broadcasting, in addition to a pot of tea. Because tea contains caffeine, and caffeine dehydrates you. So I keep some water on hand as well to make sure that I'm safely hydrated and not drying out. Alright, so I think there are a couple of things we have to do now. We have to report back to Kuno, and we have to report back to Evrart. Oh, you're in Santiago, Artista. Okay. That's right, I do recall you mentioning that you lived in Chile. Alright, let's go deal with Kuno first. Oh yeah, and the corpse. We do still have to do that.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I took care of the drugs situation.
Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, give Kuno Kuno's kilo, then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way, street way.
Aren't you gonna ask how I got past your dad?
Word on the street is, you sent your little friend in dressed as a hooker, distraction style. That's some sick shit.
What? Where did you even hear that? That sounds like somebody made it up. Not a single muscle moves on the lieutenant's face.
Kuno wants to hear all about it, but first we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit.
By kilo you mean gram, right?
Kuno knows what Kuno means.
Kuno means gram.
Alright, man. Fair is fair.
Wow, that's heavy.
He waves the minuscule bottle around, then slips it into his coat pocket.
There you go. More than half in there. Kuno's fucking honorable like that.
Oh, and we got a skill point for that. Out comes another similar vial from the sock above his running shoe. There is no movement on the lieutenant's face as he stares intently at the trash container.
Now tell me, how the fuck are you still alive, pig?
I looked around in there. It's not the easy life you've got going on in that apartment.
The fuck do you know about Kuno's life? Kuno's got plans. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we got plans.
6 meters underground, below piping from before the war, the collapsed remains of the Martinez storm drain system. There are 2 stolen flashlights with piles of batteries next to them, beside 2 bedrolls, in the dark and opening into the lower tunnels.
Ah! Met your dad.
Yeah, you do some Sambo shit, sneak in. Is the hooker thing real?
Sambo is an acronym for Samoan boxing, graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style implies stealth, cleverness, and cool. Just letting you know.
It was dark in there. We sneaked in and got out.
You got lucky. Kuno's dad was out getting more drink. Kuno knew that. That's why he sent you. Kuno cares about his pig. Doesn't want his pig to get hurt.
What? I don't believe that. There were tons of unpaid utility bills there.
Fuck right there were. Fucking 3 years or some shit.
Miros! Oh, Miros, what are you doing? Also, hi, Miros. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing all right. Miros, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs to, God, who got these? Project Manatees, Teorik, Sabrenadar, Ugin, Jabusan33, Nimbus Fox, H2O Boy, Vera's Hawk, Mycomancer, and, oh, to V. Very good. Oh, you got back from Fogo? They're open now, Miros? Miros, that's awesome. I'm so glad you were able to get out there. Thank you again for the subs, Miros. I really appreciate that. How did Fogo turn out? Are they still taking precautions there? Are they sitting people far apart, or? Really good? Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. What did you guys get? Let me guess. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about them.
Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink.
Oh, they are operating okay. Good. Oh, good. Well, I guess that's a sign that you enjoyed yourself, Miros. That's no place to live, man. You have to find somewhere else.
That's right. It's a shithole. Kuno's gonna move underground, Leroyme shit, ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
get in a tomb, Kuno.
Little one seems overjoyed at the prospect. All right.
Yeah, pig. This shit is done. Now get the fuck out of Kuno's face. Kuno needs to drop the bomb. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Rotting man lies on his side with eyes looking straight. Huh? No, Warstar, I did end up figuring how to shoot the body down.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Right, actually, now that we've seen what happens if we give Kuno the schnoof, oh, I don't doubt that there are other ways, Warstar. I can think of at least 2 other ways.
Fuck does Kuno care? Alright, so you got Kuno. That's how we split it. It's the best way. Street way.
Don't need any more schnoofs, Kuno.
Alright. Kuno knew you'd try that sneaky pig shit on him.
Tell him, Kuno.
Kuno's got brains. This shit doesn't surprise Kuno. So Kuno's gonna give you one more chance. Know this, pig. Shit is major.
Yeah, Warstar, and I bet I've already figured out what they are. One of them is you pull the corpse's head off and it falls. The other is you go talk to Evrart and he brings you a truck. No, Tearik, but I do intend to.
Major fucking choice, pig.
Kuno won't take this shit lightly. The pieces are moving, pig. This is fucking domino shit.
It's hard to see how not giving a boy a bag of amphetamine would cause some catastrophic cascade response. Hard to see, but easy to feel. Somehow, this will change things. It's not hard to see at all. You hand out drugs to kids. The lieutenant's faith in your judgment will diminish significantly.
What, if any, is the downside of not giving the drugs to Kuno?
None that you can see. No, you can see it. This young man has junior officer material in him. In another life, where he trusts you.
Tick, 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 tick. Decision time. What's it gonna be? You gonna fuck the Kuno?
Junior officer material? See, this I am not liking. I do not want to give Kuno the schnoofs. This is staying with me, kid.
Alright. You fucked the Kuno. Everybody, Kuno got fucked by his pocket pig. Just when we getting our business on, the pig throws it all away.
I told you he can't be trusted. I told you.
Relax, see? We got plenty of Kilo. Kilo underground, in the tree. This ain't about that. This is about you and Kuno. You mismanaged this shit. Now everything is fucked between us. How are you gonna make this up to the Kuno, huh?
In truth, Kuno doesn't really believe there's anything you can do to make up for this. The damage is irreparable.
The fuck do you know about Kuno's?
Yeah!
6 meters underground, below.
Yeah? How the fuck are you still alive, pig? What?
His eyes become large and round.
His posture changes. The swaying rooster motion stops for a second. Then he gets it going again, reorienting himself.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum. Kuno told ya. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything. Fucking breaking and entering shit. That's nothing to Kuno's dad. You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window.
Whatever scary thing he might have been, now he's nothing.
Yeah, Kuno's dad is fucking nothing. Fucking coma shit, stroke shit. Kuno's dad is so fucking violent. He's had a stroke many times. Shit. Kuno's gonna have one too. Gonna be just like Kuno's dad. Speed shit, crime shit, fucking on the bed. Kuno's gonna go out like Kuno's dad. Revachol West style.
Stop saying all this sad shit, Kuno.
There's a touch of grief in there.
Fuck are you talking, sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit.
You don't have to turn into that.
Get your fucking nun-ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. You think 'cause you took Kuno's speed, Kuno's gonna sub like a turn into... Kuno ain't turning into shit. Kuno is that shit.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
He did not win. There is a crack in there now, and it's spreading across the face of his certainty.
There are tons of unpaid utility bills.
Fuck right there were. Fucking 3 years or some shit.
Find a job, pay them yourself. Your dad can't handle things anymore.
Fuck that shit. Kuno's gonna move underground. Lead I am shit. Ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
Yeah, go get something to eat, Lognako. Please don't starve to death on my account. Go take care of yourself. I'll be here.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno!
Fuck right there were. Fuck, that's right. It's a shit.
Yeah, in a tomb,
right.
Kuno!
That didn't change shit, pig. That only made things worse. Fucking social worker shit. It doesn't work, pig.
It doesn't work, Kuno. Only our shit works.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Well, that's honestly a tricky thing.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. But it will not happen. The mug talk is exhausted.
Okay. Oh, did Pat shoot one of these kids, Monotone? Oh, Pat shot Kuno S. Okay, Warstar, interesting. Wow, Warstar, jeez. Oh, shooting her is an instant game over, Teoric? I see. Well, Teoric, she brags about being a murderer, yeah. Interesting. Do you shoot her when you have the gun while you're, shooting down the corpse? Or is there some other occasion when you do that? Like after you get your own gun back? Oh, I was accidentally muted, yes. Thank you, Hunter, for saying something. Blast it. I was just trying to say, yeah, thank you. Ugh, I hate when that happens. I was about to say, I am kind of torn as to whether or not I want to, alienate Kuno here. I do not need Kim thinking ill of me, but... Actually, I could bring Kim back to the, I could bring Kim back to the... The spot, and... what do you call it? The Whirling in Rags, send him to bed, and then come here and give Kuno the schnoofs. No, Tearik, it's not his opinion I value. It's his willingness to cooperate. Because I get the impression that he knows a lot more about this stuff than he's letting on. And he knows that Kuno S over there is a murderess, and we know that too, but... Let's see. Can we get the boots off this guy?
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Tell me something, dead man. Oh, okay, this is... Which was it that killed you then, love or communism? Warstar, the other two paths don't cause damage to... Well... Ripping the guy's head off does. Huh? You said love killed you, but when you fell down you said it was communism. You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me in.
You really need to learn the difference, buddy. This is embarrassing.
Ah... Exactly as a field
Come on,
autopsy.
officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Et puis descend, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
I hope we do. It's getting really late for an autopsy.
Oh, okay, we do have the gloves on still.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a...
Come on,
What you do know is, at 18...
All right.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
All right. What do you mean?
I mean when I need you to. Until then, I should handle physical contact, and you should take notes.
We just fill this in, right? Show him the red field autopsy form in your ledger.
That's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol.
Open the ledger. The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11 field info form needs filling out first. It begins with... one assist.
That's you.
Right, Harry Dubois. Corpse is indifferent, but why is there? The next box says coroner's case.
KK57 dash.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date 0803 and time of arrival 0815 on the scene. He's indexed the case after himself, not you. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Shouldn't we file the coroner's case under me? Technically, I arrived at the scene before you.
And what would that make the alphanumeric?
Have no idea.
I do. KK57 dash 0503 dash next. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
I'm gonna write 42.
He nods.
Race?
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish.
Pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor any other.
Fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Male. Nor does he look male with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
He listens motionless with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
What exactly is treatment anyway?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure.
I'm not sure. Didn't the footprints look like he was carried over?
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dog walkers.
Places his hand on the dead man's chest as if in preparation.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide. The other, an accident. The small one. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today. 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
Ticket of boxes and lists on red copier paper. Cannot feel Kim's hand. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. So... Wait a minute.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno do-
I thought... Wait, what the hell? I thought that, Oh, it was under tools. I'm an idiot. I thought for some reason that we had... You know what? Alright. So what we're going to do instead is we are going to... We're going to see if we can go send Kim to bed. And then I'm going to give Kuno the schnoofs. And then I'm going to see if I can get those boots off the corpse.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
No, Tearek, I'm not going to try to skip the autopsy. I still want to complete it. But I want those combat boots. And I would like to give Kuno his drugs without Kim looking over my shoulder.
The door is closed. This door can open still. He doesn't like where this is going. Still, he doesn't like where it.
Kim tries not to look at your broken down bathroom door.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered.
Do what in the reverse order, Warstar?
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor. Where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in here.
Okay, Warstar? Autopsy first and then ditch Kim. But I thought that doing the autopsy causes the corpse to disappear.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done...
What you do know is...
Well, as in
at
somebody bags it
18.9
and puts it away.
The dormant shield volcano...
There truly is a time for everything. Even for yellow gardening gloves.
I thought that like
However, they are lacking
a hearse from the coroner's office would come and
I'll ask you
pick
when
it
I
up.
need you to. That's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved.
Let's.
You really need to learn the difference, buddy. This is embarrassing.
Yeah, for the medical examiner's autopsy, Warstar, but we're not going to be a part of that. That's going to happen in a different district.
That's you. KK57. That.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57. Followed by his date, 0803, and time of arrival, 0815. On this, that's because he doesn't want to bring up the...
And what would that make the alphanumeric?
Warstar, I don't remember what district we're in, but the district that we came from was Jamrock. Isn't the corpse going to be sent back there for the autopsy?
I do. Next. NA. NA. Roughly 50.
Dry 40. He nods.
East Revachol, right.
Mondial.
Fair to...
Male. We're still going with March 4th. What else? None. At least not after the initial examination.
Neo Shadow, yes, I guess I do, because this is all really confusing. Maybe there's something I'm missing or not keeping track of, or something I've misunderstood, but... I feel like this isn't making sense to me. Alright, Warstar, that's fair. Oh, I see, Neo Shadow. Interesting. I would never in a million years... Warstar, I asked him to. I would never in a million years have come up with that.
A strange word. Treatment.
But that still doesn't really answer when or how to go about that, which is fine. That's the only thing I was really looking for, was just some idea of, I don't know. Even knowing that, I don't think helps me an awful lot, Warstar. Because it still doesn't tell me how to get the combat boots off this guy. So I wouldn't worry, you're still going to get to watch me scratch my head like an idiot and try to figure that out in vain.
They'd have to have
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. Somewhere elsewhere, the building is tall. 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide, and so, all across Jamrock.
We should start the post-mortem.
I don't see how, Warstar. Again, there's probably something I'm missing, but I'm so overwhelmed with all the other details of this case and everything else that we still have to do that from where I'm standing, I'm just not seeing it. Yes, Lognako, it is. External examination summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
Moves the body over onto its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
Yeah, Log, it's just that there are several other people who hang out here that have the word Log in their usernames. So, in my mind, I can't just use that one fragment, because it's like 3 different people to me. As long as it's just you here, I will do that, but if any of the other ones show up, it's going to get complicated.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
See, this is what I'm talking about. The corpse is going to be out of our hands by the time they get the boots off.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos.
He stands up, feet planted on either side of the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, yellow. Length, 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Write it down.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max!
Oh, shut up, Kuno.
Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Write down but amend for high velocity.
Ligature mark.
The lieutenant produces a small folding knife. With the other hand pulling on the belt, he starts cutting into the polyester.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Oh, yeah, good thing we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now,
He points to the rope squeezing the dead man's
we
neck.
need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See? My pig is gonna fuck.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Look for a good spot to cut. The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the yeast.
The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now. Like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
All right.
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow.
Snap! The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it. Hey, Fontes, welcome! It didn't look like we could even save scum this. There was no way to back out of the dialogue.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia...
No! It's gonna happen soon!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Write it down and move on.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
This scarring is intensive, way more than a law official's.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands.
Takes the man's right hand in his, inspect it, then moves on to the other hand. Let him work alone.
Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle.
Were we expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
He turns to the side to breathe. It's not enough. He buries his face in the sleeve of his jacket. You hear a muffled voice. Description of injuries.
I'm afraid we can't continue before we've gone through both the external and internal examination first, thoroughly.
Wouldn't we be better off describing the injuries before we go cutting the corpse open? Oh, but then again, I guess we're also looking for internal injuries, so...
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Anything on his central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
I may add the moral of this story.
What would that be?
He looks at you inquisitively. The dead man looks too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story. The brain is very vulnerable to compromises in its blood supply.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
I'll just write N/A.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury-related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack that fucker!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
Okay, a fractured hyoid bone seems to suggest that, that might have been how he was incapacitated.
Respiratory system.
Back hunched as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands.
Look inside his mouth. No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there, sickly sweet air unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again straight in that mouth of his. No, let's just write this down.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why? Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
He looks at the corpse's stomach with a mixture of tiredness and disgust. I don't think so.
Neither am I.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Hey, Ten the Rabbits, welcome! Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there?
Completionist in me wonders if there's something we could still do.
Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Write N/A and add a toxicology request.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with a hanging.
What, Ten the Rabbits? What? Did I say something wrong?
Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground, the pool of feces there.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Write them down, omit the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries, now that we've fully examined the body.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Okay, bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Beneath the description, there are 2 boxes waiting to be ticked. Bite marks, non-fatal post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury. A stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
Okay.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Write it down. Coagulated blood sticks to the scalp and chest where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath the description of injury, 2 boxes. Non-fatal post-mortem.
Right. Next?
Ligature mark. Finished. What's the 4th field for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Okay. In that case, ligature mark finished the autopsy.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Opinion, fatal injury.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Alright, how did it go? He produces a small black plastic roll from his jacket, a body bag.
Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
What else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Alright, what now?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
Yeah, okay, Warstar, so this is what I'm talking about. He's gonna be driven to Faubourg, where I presume will no longer have access to the corpse.
For processing.
Who, Kim? Rabbits? That's not blood on his face, that's just the way his portrait is drawn.
He's thinking, did I miss something? You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
-1 established probable cause? Alright, this seems important. White morning. And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow, on the streets, in the shop on the corner, and finally in a matchbox house sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here. It's awful. A white morning, a modern death, divorce or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him, make him smaller, make him less you. 20% zoom out distance. All motorics learning caps raised by 1? That's garbage. What? Really, Warstar? How? How does 20% zoom out distance help? I still think Inland Empire is shit. What more can you see? I mean, what more do I need to see? I can already run exterior collisions. I don't think this is useful.
lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Sushi Bandit, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. How are you doing, Sushi Bandit? It's good to see you. Perception. I probably should put a couple of levels into this. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sushi Bandit. I hope you're okay. Warstar, it doesn't increase your motorics by 1 level. It increases your maximum cap for motorics by 1 level. That just means you can level them up a little bit further, I think. Yeah, learning cap's raised by 1, which the increased motorics learning cap, I admit, is alright. But does it justify a slot when it's pretty clear that I can... Oh, now I can unlock this. Okay, I don't know why it wasn't letting me unlock that before. Ace is high. This -1 is Spirit Decor. Yeah, Bread Assassin, except that up until now, the game would not let me spend a skill point on unlocking another slot. It seems like I had to have skills learned in all of the original slots in order to unlock a new one. And that whole system is confusing to me. No, Warstar, I haven't. Every time I've tried, every time I highlight one, like you can see I'm highlighting the slot directly above volumetric shit compressor now. Even after highlighting that, when I press X, you see it just, it doesn't let me select that slot. It equips and unequips a thought into the other slot. And then when I select this one, it's the same thing. So my guess is this is a bug with the interface, because I've encountered other bugs with the interface that are like this, and it's very clear that they stem from this game originally being designed around control with a mouse and maybe a keyboard. And it looks like the developers have not correctly mapped those controls to a PS5 controller. So, yes, I agree with your assessment that this is an issue with the control mapping on PS5, but I don't think you can change the control mappings in this game. I didn't see an option for it in the menu. You can view them. But, yeah, I have not been able to select additional slots to learn new thought cabinet skills. So that unfortunately has forced me to prioritize with the slots that I already have. Echo Drop, I hope it is, but by the time the upcoming patch hits, I'll probably already be done with the game. It's the same problem I had with the Outer Worlds. It's the same problem I had with Indivisible. Because, yeah, this is a severe handicap. So, I don't know. I guess I'm just going to rock the Jamrock Shuffle for now, and hope that they patch this fairly soon. Well, neither did I, Warstar.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Oh, and now we're up to 8% on the perception check. Amazing. All right, well...
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses. You run your...
At least it's a fairly quick reload. I do not want to take the risk that we miss something here, though.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run your...
Yeah, Warstar, the Day 1 patch did get released for the PS5/PS4 version as well, but clearly this version has some issues beyond that.
And takes a deep breath. You run your...
Yeah, Bread Assassin, I debated getting the PC version because I figured that was probably the only version that would have Twitch integration, but...
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses.
It seems like maybe I should have gone with that.
You run your...
Getting the console version appears to have been the wrong choice. But I guess this is par for the course with games that are developed for PC. There are always issues porting them to consoles. There are always bugs that just aren't present on the PC versions.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run...
And you also have to remember, Warstar, this is a small development team. This is an indie game. Despite the amount of time and effort that went into this, it's this is not a AAA project.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
And whatever else you may say of it, it's still a lot more stable than Fallout 76 or really any Bethesda game.
You run...
And Bethesda is a huge company. Ah.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run your hands...
Well, that's a 10. So we really do need an 11 or a 12 here. Well, Artista, but we know what the problem was with Cyberpunk now. The problem with Cyberpunk was crunch. It was their upper management. It wasn't their dev team. Their dev team, if they'd had enough time, if they hadn't been crunched absolutely to death by the project leads, that game probably would have turned out okay.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a... You run your...
Whereas with Bethesda, it's an entirely different issue where they know that there are problems and they specifically go out of their way to choose not to fix those problems.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Which version did you play, Sushi Bandit?
You run your...
Oh good, Snake Eyes. That's one of the things I'm referring to, Artista, yes. Yeah, okay, PC Sushi Bandit. So that was one of the more stable versions of the game. Stable being a generous
his
assessment.
Glasses and takes a deep breath. You run your hand.
One of their many mottos, Warstar, yes. No, Manatees, I don't have anything that boosts perception, unfortunately.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run.
Relatively speaking, Warstars, compared to the PS4 and Xbone versions, which were literally pulled from their respective stores. Or at least the PSN version was. I think it's still up on Xbox Live.
His glasses and takes a
But
deep
there's a very
breath.
explicit warning label on it on Xbox Live now.
You run your. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run your hands over the victim's cold.
Well, Warstar, I don't own any Microsoft consoles at all, so that should tell you what my preferences are. Oh, Rolls, have you been subscribed since before Twitch added the non-concurrent subscription tracking? Because, yeah, it's unfortunate, but... Regardless, thank you for the resub. I appreciate all of your support.
His glasses
Rolls,
and
thank
takes
you.
a deep breath.
No, Bread Assassin, and I'm not taking drugs.
You run your...
I will not resort to the drugs. We will not be schnoofing any drugs on my watch.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run your...
I know you've been here, Rolls. Echo Drop. Yes, go ahead and equate anti-vaxxing with abstinence from cocaine or speed. Have you, Sushi Bandit? What have you been making?
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes... You run your hands over...
I know
the
you did,
victim's
Echo
cold
Drop.
Body,
I know you were
his
kidding.
limbs,
You did a good
his
job using the
torso with
Kappa
its
that
swollen
time.
organs. Maybe you should be more...
If I thought you were serious, Echo Drop, you would have gotten a very different response. Trust me.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run your...
It's funny, Warstar. I also seem to gravitate towards Sony consoles, which I think is partly because they're the least draconian with DRM, and partly because they have the best selection of games. Other than the PS5 is really lacking. At least for now.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Really, Sushi Bandit? Did you use one of the official recipes for those?
You run your...
I wish you had taken some pictures of those, Sushi Bandit. I would have loved to see how they turned out. That is also true, Warstar. They definitely are a little bit better made.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run your...
Well, Sony makes or publishes games, Neo Shadow, yeah. Oh, you do have pictures, Sushi Bandit. Well, throw some of them in chat. I want to see. Right, I might be wearing something that's decreasing my perception here. We might be able to... No, I guess not.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run.
There's a D&D cookbook, Jalapeno? I don't know why I'm surprised, but that sounds fantastic. I'll have to look that up later. I imagine those recipes are probably pretty creative.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. Your arms reach out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh, first with your fingertips. It's right under the palm of your hand.
What is this? Barovian butterscotch pudding, Jalapeno? Fascinating. His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent all around. Put your fingers in his mouth. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop.
You're on the right track.
Okay, play with it, this feels right. Oh god, no. The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucosa of the mouth is slippery, fragile even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding, hard pearls of bone in the gums, and in the back of the mouth...
Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in.
Open your eyes and look. Zastavum, we're about 2 days into the game. I am just wrapping up the autopsy on the corpse. I don't know how far in that is. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing, death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the belt of the uvula, right in the soft palate...
You see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius. The edges appear darkened.
I was gonna say, I swear, if we find a moth shoved into his soft palate, I'm gonna go kill someone. Yeah, Jalapeno, we can maybe refrain on the explanation of Monster Girl cooking. I will pass on that, thanks.
An abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Abrasion collar.
Abrasion collar.
The lieutenant looks in. There's a pen in his hand. His notebook is open at the copy paper. All right, Sushi Bandit, what do we got? Okay. All right. I gotcha. Sushi Bandit, I would just like to say I am very, very proud of you. It looks like you have done a fantastic job recreating some of these dishes from Monster Hunter. What the hell are those mussels in the dish in the lower left? I've never seen mussels that large. Walk me through this, because it looks like there's, There's a dish in the upper left that looks like some kind of meatloaf. Or no, it looks like a roast, some kind of roast with mussels and shrimp. The upper right, I remember that one. I've seen this one in Monster Hunter World. That's a pineapple with sausage, shrimp, and meatballs. The one below that is some kind of lobster bisque, I'm guessing. And then the one in the lower left is a rice dish. I guess paella? But what are these mussels? I've never seen mussels that big. Oh, Bob, I'll repost it for you. Lobster and crab bisque. Here, Bob, it was, that. Coastal Mussels, Warstar, huh? You bought them from the commissary on base? They had those at the commissary? Where are you stationed again, Sushi Bandit? Are you still in Italy? You are still in Italy, okay. That would explain why you're able to get stuff like that at the commissary on a military base. Oh, you're going to Korea in August. Well, I'll tell you what, Sushi Bandit. The food there is going to be just as good as it is in Italy. Just, different. Alright, Warstar, have a good dinner. Alaskan mussels, Sushi Bandit. Interesting. Man, honestly, I am super, super proud of you. You are doing a fantastic job just recreating these dishes. I'd love to see how you do cooking from a recipe that's just, you know, a regular recipe. Learn all you can with regard to cooking and eating. Well, I'll tell you what, Sushi Bandit. Message me, because depending upon where you're stationed, I can give you some recommendations of places to go. And I can also give you some recommendations of different types of food to try. But just looking at this, I'm super impressed. You did a fantastic job with these, Sushi. I know it probably sounds silly to hear me say that I'm proud of you, but I genuinely am. Like, this is awesome. Sushi, if you ever have any pictures of stuff that you've cooked that you would like to share, please post them in the dining room on the Discord. I would love to see them. And as you can see from your the responses that you've gotten in chat, I'm not the only one who's interested in this. Oh, hey, Log, welcome. Good to see you. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. Now we've got 2 Logs in chat. Of course, Log T1 is Italian, so now I guess, now there's going to be some camaraderie. Yeah, Rolls, but that's the whole point of the dining room. Well, that, and so that everybody can see what everybody else is making and get some ideas of their own, maybe, or some inspiration. Or just so that people who are looking for a little bit of feedback on something they've made can get it. Right, Rolls? Log, Sushi is stationed there. He's American military. "2017, Sushi Bandit. Has it been that long? What was your tour of duty? 4 years? Man, I feel like it was just yesterday you told me that you were being deployed to Italy. I guess that's really more just a testament to how the time flies, isn't it? Well, I hope you've enjoyed your time there. And I certainly hope that you enjoy your time in South Korea as well, although I think you will. South Korea is a pretty cool country. It's one that I've always wanted to visit, but maybe someday, maybe after COVID. Rolls, I don't even think that was a flex. That's just what the dishes in the game look like. That's what they use. Don't remind me, amateur. Don't remind me. Nah, Log, when you're in the military, you go where you get sent, and you stay where they tell you to. The military excuse comes from being given different orders, or being redeployed. You can't just make up a reason, you have to be offered a reason by a commanding officer. But hey, 2 countries in 4 years isn't half bad. Especially those 2 countries. Ah, Tin Man, I take it you're ex-military as well then. It sounds like you're familiar with that song and dance. Ah, 12 years in the Marine Corps. Gotcha. Well, I'm sure you've already figured it out from all the chat that's going on here, Tin Man, but you're in good company. Lot of veterans here. I'm honestly not sure why. I don't know what it is about me that draws in military veterans. Maybe it isn't something about me. Maybe it's just that you guys just end up here purely by chance. Regardless, I'm happy to have you. Yeah, 12 years is a long time in the armed forces, Tin Man. I don't blame you for wanting out. And 12 years in the Marine Corps in particular. I'm given to the understanding that that's the most intense branch of America's military, is the Marine Corps. Ah, gotcha, Tin Man. Gotcha. Well, Hunter, it's like they say during the recruitment, right? Because we had the recruiters come to my high school when I was in high school many, many years ago. And they always make the disclaimer, your actual experience may vary. And boy, is that ever an understatement when it comes to military service. 9 years as a combat engineer and 3 as an embassy guard. Honestly, Tin Man, embassy guard duty, well, I guess that depends what embassy and what country. On its face, embassy guard duty sounds like a fairly chill assignment, but, I mean, if you're guarding an American embassy in the Middle East, maybe not. Sushi Bandit, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean intense in terms of being hazed by the other branches. It's how chill I am, Sushi Bandit? Okay, well, I guess that's a good sign. Embassy guard duty is a special assignment with a huge attrition rate. I guess I could see that, Tin Man. That makes a certain amount of sense. Your class had 199 students and only graduated 7. Yeah. But I mean, it's a really trying process from what I understand. I've never been through it myself. Frankly, I doubt I would survive it.
Kuno is silent.
Touch it with your finger gently. A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Put your finger in. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage, wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth right into his brain stem.
The fuck is happening?
Ah, shit, see?
I can only begin to imagine, Tin Man. I know, right, Rolls? I only just closed, the image that he posted so that I could continue playing and focusing on the game, at least a little. Feel around first. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex.
This man will never sleep again. Never wake.
Hey, Regita, welcome! Oh, okay, Tin Man. So, a lot of the people who got eliminated were eliminated via the peer reviews, huh? That sounds like super, super toxic and super rigged means of evaluating each other. Because, hey, does somebody have a personal grudge against you even though you're an exemplary soldier? Bye! Yeah, that sucks. Well, Rolls, I guess we've got plenty of Italians in chat that you could consult for your itinerary. Yeah, Tin Man, I'm willing to bet that a lot of genuinely good people got eliminated just because of the peer review. Someone has to be a 1 and someone has to be a 10. Yeah. Yeah, there's got to be a better solution than that exact type of process. Although I guess there are only just so many slots for graduation, probably, huh? Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged, too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres.
The ululations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet.
There's a cavity cut right between the hemispheres.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Ah, okay, Tin Man, so there's another somebody likes or doesn't like you that you have to pass. Jeez. Yeah, Tin Man, that's rough. Sounds like you made it through, though, at least.
Fucking cavity, see?
Uno's voice is hushed.
Quivering with awe.
Push deeper. You have, Ugin, yes. I believe you can view who gifted it to you. It's funny, isn't it, Tin Man, that when you first enlist and you're one of those privates, you live in one world, and then when you're a commanding officer and you're in charge of those same privates, you live in the other side of that world. I wonder which, if either, is better. They're probably both difficult in their own ways, I would guess. DUIs and other dumb shit? Yeah, I believe that, Hunter. Maggio Orchestra log? I believe that, Tin Man. I get the impression some folks enlist thinking that the military is going to be like a college fraternity or something. Because I've certainly known my share of low-ranking soldiers, not just in America, but here in Germany as well, who, seem to have thought that that's what they were in for. But yeah, corporals and sergeants, you'd think that by the time they reach those ranks, they'd know a little better. Oh, okay, Log. Yeah, that seems at least a little bit less biased. Yeah, you would think, Tin Man. E4 either makes or breaks you? Yeah. Yeah, that point has to come sometime, I suppose. Alright, your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. Now you just evaluate army battalions? That sounds a lot more laid back, Tin Man. What do we have here, Sushi Bandit? Oh, no, wait, this is Mel. Oh, very interesting, Mel. Is this what you ended up making with the groceries you got? Oh, and also, Mel, I meant to ask you, how did that recipe with the tomato sauce turn out? Remember a few days ago you asked me for a recommendation for tomato sauce? So that you didn't have to make it from scratch? How did that end up? What did you end up making? Oh, you're with the Department of Defense now, Tin Man. Okay, very cool. I've only actually met one other person who was a DoD agent. That was years and years ago in 2009. He was a cool guy. I liked him a lot. I actually ended up traveling with him to Japan. Not together, but we, it's a long story. We were scheduled to take the same flight to Japan. He was doing some work there for the DoD. And, I ended up basically carrying him on my shoulder after he almost went into diabetic shock. Like I said, long story. That's quite the evaluation, Sushi Bandit. Yeah, Regita, I've heard of vanilla Coke, but I don't think I've ever seen it in that can before. Oh, chicken parmesan, Mel. Okay, I'll have to go back in the dining room and find it then. Because I don't think I caught you posting it. Hey, no worries, Tin Man. You and I are from different countries, Tin Man, so I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say thank you for your service, but, I am also a civilian government worker. And I can appreciate your experiences, and even though Twitch does not offer veterans benefits, I would like to think that I can find it somewhere within my heart and my budget to throw something your way at the very least. I feel like maybe Twitch could do a little bit more in that regard. Rolls, what is this? What the... Oh, Rolls, is this the picture that Mel posted? Are you just linking that for me? Oh, no, okay. Never mind, Mel posted it. I'm sorry, Rolls, never mind. You and Mel both have red usernames in my chat, Rolls. And your yay message came out right after his link, so I thought, okay, I see. I bet you had fun, Tin Man. What did you think of our advanced tech? Mel, this looks good. This looks like it turned out all right. How'd it taste? You used MP5s in the embassies? Yeah. Hekla Koch has a very good reputation here. And not just because they're German. They genuinely do make very good quality firearms. Not exactly, Rolls. Not exactly. M4s, M870s, and M9s. Okay, gotcha, yeah. Fairly standard NATO stuff, I guess, right, Tin Man? I'm pretty sure that's what they're all using these days. The M4 especially, I think, right? Some of you got to play with MP5s due to not wanting over-penetration when clearing an embassy. Ah, okay, yeah. MP5s are a little bit more practical for that type of situation, that's true. An M4 does strike me as a little bit much. Huh. Well, Tin Man, welcome to Germany, right? Half the buildings here are timber frame with nothing in between the frame but stucco. And maybe a little bit of straw insulation. And then the other half are just modern, you know, recycled material prefabs, depending on where you are. Warmth rolls, yes, but resistance to bullets, not so much. Oh, you got to go to... There are a couple of towns that could be, but I'm gonna guess... I'm going to guess you're talking about, Garmisch-Partenkirchen? The ski resort? Tin Man? Let me ask. That would have been in southern Germany, right? On the Austrian border? That one? Yeah, okay, yes, I know that town. By name, I've never been there, but... Yeah, that's a really, really big resort town, Tin Man. Here, I'm fairly sure that there is an article... Yes, there is, okay. This is the place you're talking about. Yes, I've only ever seen this town on postcards. I've never actually been there, but... The fact that it's on postcards tells you everything you need to know about it. Yeah, I know it by reputation. Well, I bet you guys must have had a lot of fun there. It is supposed to be a really, really pretty town.
Ice-cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger.
I feel a solid object right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
He searches his pockets for something. Inspect the skull first. There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it from the inside.
The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
I will remember that, Tin Man, if I ever have an opportunity once the lockdown ends. Oh, you were stationed in Slovakia at the time. Okay, so you were just over one of the other borders then. Okay. Not actually stationed in Germany, but within a stone's throw, relatively speaking.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
The lieutenant leans closer.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a fuck puppet.
Her voice is absolutely sizzling with excitement.
All right, interfacing, easy, fish it out. We'd better be able to fish this out. If this fails... There we go. Gotcha. Gotcha,
You pick
Tin Man.
the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just...
I got it.
My pig's fucking got it?
What? What is it?
Well, Tin Man, you'll learn a lot of new vocabulary from this game, I'll tell you that much. Slowly pull your fingers out. The inside of the head feels cold and smooth like a glove as you pull out, sweat dripping down your brow, careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead. Ah, somebody did shoot him.
Fucking beautiful!
A bullet.
The lieutenant puts a small bag marked evidence under it. Drop it in. So this is not what killed this guy.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
Or rather, the hanging wasn't what killed this guy. It was meant as a distraction. Somebody shot him.
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
Keep it, Lieutenant, as a gift. No, we can add it to the report, Manatees. He did say to leave a blank space.
No, you deserve it. We can log it later.
The lieutenant drops the bag into your hand. It feels light.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion color. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Sounds about right.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Goddamn right.
And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3. Ligament mark. New opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
I agree with that assessment.
he's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
The ligament mark, the fractured hyoid bone, it was all treatment. A hunter to make it look like he was lynched rather than shot. To throw the investigation off.
Yes, and the belt around his neck. The hanging. Even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
I agree.
I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There was no satisfying explanation. There have been other signs too. Small details. Everything is too neatly designed for us to assign probable cause here, as we did, full-heartedly. Well, no more.
We almost fell for it, he thinks. Almost. there is, of course, the very real possibility he was both shot and hanged.
Who would do this?
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
Why would anyone do this?
To hide something. The real killer? The real motivation? What really happened here?
Maybe the bullet holds more answers.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
Shanged, Dodgy Dingo. That's a new one. Tin Man, you can add that to your vocabulary, too.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
Alright, I think I need to wash myself. Hello, Tony Fights, welcome!
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Yeah, no kidding. So what now?
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
You'll be gone? What should I do in the meanwhile?
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
Okay. White armor, amazing. D, why would you do this? The lieutenant takes the body away, you work alone for the rest of the day. Alright. So let's leave. And let's bloody save. I don't need them to wear, nobleman. I need them to sell. They could potentially be worth a tremendous amount of money. Let's see. Oh, I didn't... Wait, do I have another skill point? I don't think I do. No, I don't. Blast it. Oh, alright, D. Well, thanks. Really appreciate that. Nobleman, whether or not somebody in the pawn shop accepts them, I mean, if we can't sell them, then at the very least, I can hang on to them. Well, Tin Man, I'm always happy to have people lurk. No one's ever obligated to jump in and chat, but I'm glad that we ended up on a subject today that you felt able to participate in. It's a pleasure having you, and don't feel obligated if you're not feeling up to chatting, but I'm just glad to have you here, regardless. Right, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to kill a little bit more time till Kim goes to bed, and then I'm going to come back and try and get the boots off that corpse. And let's go see if it is time yet to check that window. Because it's nearly 8 p.m. Hello?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window.
It
The hall.
still isn't time. Alright, then maybe what we do instead is... maybe we go talk to Everard and let him know that we completed the task. No, I never did play Phasmophobia. Kim, are you okay, dude? Are you alright? Kim? Kim? Buddy? Pal? Partner? Okay. Now I know why they call this game Disco Elysium. Let's just pretend we didn't see that. Anyway, Tin Man, I was going to try to answer your question. I've never played Phasmophobia. I've watched a couple of my friends who are also broadcasters play it, and I didn't really find any interest in it watching them play. Hey, Shinnywing, welcome. What's this? A giant ass print on the pillow and a pattern of coffee rings on the armrest. Someone is habitually chilling next to the radio. Great, we got ass prints. Yeah, Tin Man, I tend to avoid horror games, although depending on the game, I might try it out. I did play the Resident Evil 2 remake, and I did quite enjoy that, although that was mainly because I had played the original as a kid, and I wanted to see how the remake turned out. And it turned out really well. Let's go see if Everard has anything new to tell us. Much appreciated, Tin Man. Most people settle for bed after 2100 hours. Okay, yeah, that's... I think that's the time that Kim goes to bed, too. Alright, let's save here because we might have to do some negotiating.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
He leans towards you, waiting for you to complete his sentence. Is... a member of the board?
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today?
I opened the door you asked me. Can we discuss the murder now?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
I did go inside. Weasel had the flag of old Revachol on his wall.
Exactly the kind of fascist memorabilia I was expecting. Weasel probably prays to it every night for the downfall of the Union. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
There was also a collection of colonial mugs there, and I found a similar mug in the trash with the hangman's clothes.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best, helping people, with the power of politics.
Oh, this guy's a scumbag, Tin Man.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to the murder?
Oh, no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you.
But this weasel might have cleaned up after the killers.
Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this.
Which casts even more suspicion on Evrart for covering for this guy.
But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
He imitates bashing something with an imaginary baton. Yeah, great technique. You'd make a great sergeant.
Would he? I'm not so sure about it.
I didn't mean that, Kim.
Oh, you're too kind, Harry. Way too kind. I know I'm not a real police officer. You are.
You said the lynching and the strike are related. How?
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
What do you mean?
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
Tin Man, knowing your background and the just casual way that you said that makes me think you might know a little bit more about getting people to talk than I'm prepared to ask you. Alright. They tried to shut the strike down by sending armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
You conducted interviews. Somehow I figured that was the case. I am not going to inquire any further.
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa. You name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Hold on, you have a village elephant?
No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very real.
Alright, fine, go on then.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
They move the container?
Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it.
This guy is transparently a piece of trash, but some of his dialogue is just... It's so at odds with how trash he is. Just this upbeat, comical... Yeah, I love it when they pick up my office with a crane and move it. It's fun.
But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
Uh-huh.
What makes you think the Wild Pines negotiator can't control them?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers.
I guess I do get a little bit of that from him, Bob.
We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
Wait, so the whole neighborhood is in on this?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
Okay, so who pushed whom?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
Uh-huh.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
It sounds more than a bit like organized crime, actually.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land."
Somehow I don't think that's at all what this guy said.
He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried. He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error? Anyway.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps we could take advantage of it. All right, how do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal.
And yet he's still afraid of the other big guy on top of the gates guarding them.
He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them being here. Strange.
You mentioned a lawyer girl.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Well, that makes one of us. Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Well, I'd ask where I can find them, but I already know the answer.
You know what, Harry? I got a feeling they're gonna show up in full force tomorrow.
The lieutenant marks something in his notebook. Alright, well, I am not going to ask for his support, and I am not going to tip my hand that I'm aware of the bullet. Because we do not need him having that leg up on us.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
I already talked with Liz, Mel. I have not talked with the Hardy Boys yet because there's a window we're supposed to look out first. And every time I try to look at it, I get a message that says it's not time yet.
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left, so you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are. Am I? I don't think so. Another corrupt scheme, isn't it? I'm neither left nor right. My heart tells me to do... Oh, I do what my heart tells me to do. I don't know. I mean... I don't really like any of these answers, to be honest. But it seems like this is the one that's most likely to get him to cooperate with us, so...
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is, company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
I mean, I do really want a gun for later, nobleman, but I don't think he's going to give me one.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
What are these signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs, and on roller skates.
Somebody already tried that in this town, and it made things worse.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Oh, is that so, nobleman? And saying that you're a patriot is a path to a gun? Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures. Oh, okay, nobleman. I was about to say, I hope you meant that ironically. What will happen to the current occupants?
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Are you 100% sure no one's going to end up homeless? No, I believe you, nobleman. I was half teasing. Half. Are you 100% sure no one's going to end up homeless?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbour.
He means it.
All right, Empathy, if you're sure. Where is this place exactly?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
Everything about him is super sus, Hunter. But, we made a successful empathy check that suggests he actually means it about the youth center. So maybe this is not going to result in people being displaced. Unfortunately, I don't think we can actually get to the area he's directing us toward now because the gate's broken.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under the fish in the box, and the wind howls like a vicious spirit.
Okay. Kim, what do you think of all this?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
He studies Everard.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm going to hand you the keys to Martin A's, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
Yes, clearly that was always the assumption. All right, if I happen to be there, I can ask them.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
Hands you an open white envelope.
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water lock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning.
Yes, we did already find this out. We know that we're going to be... Well, we presume we're going to be able to get in on Wednesday, unless something doesn't go as planned.
Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then, I'll know you're a solid socialist.
Can we go over a few details concerning the murder again?
Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like
this.
by all
Okay.
means, Harry. What's on your mind?
Well, nobleman, assuming this guy really means it, assuming he actually intends to build a youth center and not just communist offices, and assuming he really intends not to throw anybody out, which I admit are pretty big assumptions, maybe completing this is not terrible. Plus, we may not necessarily have to complete this task in a way that actually gives him the victory. Because we didn't have to do that the last time. Okay, nothing here. So I guess now we need to kill just under an hour of in-game time.
This is the Night Watchman's.
If you must.
Nothing incriminating catches your
Take
eye.
the picture.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, Rene, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera. Rene looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of René?
I'm gonna ask him about it.
You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure, as long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
Lognako, all of the internal dialogue are different aspects of his personality. So there are different fragments of his id, his ego, his ideology, his emotions, his logic. They're all different parts of his mind. And you can, at the beginning of the game, determine which of them are stronger or weaker. Actually... No, see, this... Yeah, now I can't access... Yeah, I can't learn new slots because of that stupid UI bug. Not intentionally, Mel. That's just sort of how it works out with what I'm wearing. And with my starting stat distribution. Actually, does Manana have anything else to say?
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It was nice enough. It's but a test area on the path leading across open plains, he notes solemnly, then turns to you, a wide smile adorning his face. Right, you talk to the boss eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. That weasel I visited, turns out he has one hell of a colonial mug collection. Yeah, he nods, rubbing his chin. The janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Yeah, his mug collection certainly represented antiquated social values. Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the boss man said he's a real piece of work. He touches his beret. Thanks for helping out, friend. I guess that's all he's got then. Anything new from you?
Bring the work! They...
Okay, guess not. Well, let's go... I guess we have to figure out something to do to kill some time.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater.
Okay, nothing. Oh, and we auto-saved for some reason. Right then. Let's ask Renee about the photo.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels like being on recon again.
Save.
I like playing in the dark. Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. I'm an old man.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
I saw a picture in there. You were in it. You looked happy. Who's the girl?
She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Okay. Jean-Marie Beaulieu. We don't know who that is.
Yes. Like I said, I would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
That's it, huh? 80s brush. Photo of a happy couple. Black and white photo of a couple pausing in front of a Ferris wheel. The girl is young and pretty, the man clad in fancy uniform and smiling. On the back, a very steady hand has written the words, Revachol Fair, Summer of '91. The fact that this is something you can sell is depressing. What's this? Evidence fractured bullet. The bullet mushroomed out on impact. It now looks more like a fanciful jacket button than something that could pierce skin, flesh, and bone.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower.
What do I do with you, Bullet?
What?
Said, what do I do with you, Bullet?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say, find the weapon that shot me.
Good idea.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim.
Find the murder weapon.
In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
This is going to turn out to be a bullet from my gun, isn't it? Feel the bullet through the bag.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually in a cartridge.
And incredibly inefficient for police work. Inspect the bullet closer.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
Look at the jacket.
You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard.
And the core? Are we looking at a centerfire round here?
It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
Jacketed round, close to 5 millimeter.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader, like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
Highly unusual. The people of Revachol haven't carried breech-loading weapons like this for nearly half a century.
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Something tells you that won't be any time soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
Oh, good. Try to determine what type of weapon oh, wow! Have a similar rifle on hand. Aware of the name of the antique rifle you found. Encyclopedia said this came from a breech loader. Alright. Oh, come on. We can't save now? Fine.
The Jamrock Shuffle.
Okay.
In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure, and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
Find better loot in locked containers. See, this one I am on board with. This is all right with me. Yar har fiddle-dee-dee. Doing the shuffle is all right with me. Take what you want, 'cause a police officer is free. That doesn't really work, does it? Can we? No, I would like to not forget the thought. I would like to... Okay, unlock. Yes. And ace is high. +1 empathy toward Kim Kitsuragi. The Insulindian Civil War was not the first war to see the use of aerostatic aircraft on both sides, but it was the longest. For 8 years, folded multi-rotor aircraft crisscrossed the air above Revachol, Ozone, Passe à la Mer, and the Arcade Islands. They made sweeps over sandy beaches and shot each other out of the blue sky, then sank as wrecks to the bottom of the sea. Aces High was a custom on the revolutionary side, performed by squadron mates after landing. Lieutenant Kitsuragi likes it. Why is that? Let's find out. Nice, Mel. Well, hopefully the stuff we find in locked containers is a little bit better than used needles. Used needles do not help us any. Now we can save. And now we can check the bullet again.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag. A rifle, Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46mm from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique.
Make?
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you, the dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber.
Is anyone still making these rifles?
No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
Who uses Belmargrave rifles these days?
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order.
Okay.
What are you thinking? Bullet?
I think I know where this came from.
Okay. And?
The shot probably came from a Bell Margrave rifle.
An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really.
Why not?
Sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the laws prohibiting the use of breech loaders we inherited from the monarchy have been effective, from what I've seen. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
Okay, so... the police are being deliberately kneecapped with their sidearms. There's legislation against it, it sounds like.
Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement to front-loaded rifles is a policy enforced by the Moralist International in all the nations of the Real Belt.
Worth what? Getting shot? I mean... I do think we should have more powerful guns, especially considering what we're up against sometimes.
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier. But back to the investigation.
Seems we're looking for, well... I don't know, could the victim have been mixed up with some foreign guerrilla fighters? If well-armed jamrock bangers started crossing over into Martinez... well, that seems the most likely. That or an antiques enthusiast.
Let's find out. Next step, finding the gun itself.
Alright. Listen, I'm not saying give the police M4s, but semi-automatic pistols at the very least. No, Future City, I never do stuff like that. It just happens to be that almost everybody here is subbed, because we've had a bunch of people throw around gift subs lately. How are you doing, Future City? Well, Zaz, I mean... even in those nations, the problem with guns is more of a cultural one than it is, a problem of access. Don't get me wrong, I agree, it's not the greatest idea to just let every mentally ill person and every domestic abuser walk into a gun store and buy an automatic weapon with nothing but a driver's license. I do think that's a stupid idea. It is famine, but the situation we're looking at here is much more a situation of police sidearms in this universe are deliberately restricted by the law because they don't want police being able to shoot too many people too quickly. Oh, very good, Future City. Not really a debate, Tin Man. We're just learning more about the gun laws in this world. We're learning a little bit more about why the police are carrying muzzle-loading single-shot sidearms rather than semi-automatic pistols. And the explanation appears to be that it's a means of just generally keeping high-power firearms out of everybody's hands. Right, what's this envelope?
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40-month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Ah, try to find a loophole in the deal. I bet we could do that. Let's save. Alright, Interact.
You take the legal documents out of it. There doesn't...
Oh, come on. Snake Eyes, of course. Farthrax, at the pace that I stream at, I'm going to go ahead and suggest that you could probably skip large swaths of the VODs and not miss anything.
You take the legal documents out of it. There doesn't seem...
There are a lot of reasons, Mel, why muzzle loaders for the police seem like a really terrible idea.
You take the legal documents out of the... There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
What are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Ah, okay. So it's not a loophole, it's just the natural consequence of this happens to be something of tremendous benefit to Everard. Look, Kim. These people are going to have to move away. Can we do something about it?
I should have seen it.
The lieutenant frowns as he reads over the document again.
Everard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
Ah, okay.
However, we'll need access to the coast before we do anything. Everard won't believe you got villager signatures if you can't even get to the village. You can try a forgery as soon as we can cross the waterlock.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, I think maybe we give Everard the boot on this.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth center.
As much of it as I can get, Future City. Oh, also, Rolls, thank you for gifting a sub to Future City. I really appreciate that, and I'm sorry I missed it.
This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite. The youth center cuts into the ocean.
Oh, and we never checked out these books.
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch.
Examine the cover.
The cover features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are 2 silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace.
No, Dark Rolls, I try to shout them out whenever I see them. I guess I was just so distracted reading or listening to the dialogue that I missed it in chat. Because, as Ned says, the narration never gets old. I agree.
The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen. That seems to sum up the premise nicely. Needless to say, it violates nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder in which he is a suspect.
Are you really reading that, detective?
I really need to know who this Dick Mullen guy is.
Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find. Just a stand-in for the reader.
The point is for the reader to feel like they're solving the crime, along with Dick Mullen. A crude narrative convention, but no less effective for it. The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Elysium coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home, where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights.
Future City, that must have required 7 or 8 different playthroughs of this. That's insane. That you 100%... Like, there are so many different paths and options. You must have been playing this since it came out on PC, like, 2 years ago.
An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law.
Look, I can't judge. Yeah, but save scumming still takes a long time, Future City.
2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description.
Only 2 playthroughs, Future City? Jeez.
Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence.
The cops released their prime murder suspect so he can find the real killer? Are you shitting me?
What's the matter, detective?
I don't know who's writing this shit, but I get the feeling they aren't experts on homicide investigations. Lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature.
They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana Deneva. Deneva reveals that she was Spillane's lover and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullen begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead. Outwardly, the old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist, a barrel-chested man who's beaten his share of suspects to pulp. But he's also dirty and increasingly paranoid that someone's going to expose his role in the drug ring. He would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from an old war injury. Is it possible that he was able to conceal it long enough to commit the murder? A typical privileged twat. In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane, though, a former prosecutor who nearly brought down his father's administration. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height, and while interrogating him at his home, Mullen did notice a certain overcoat that looks suspiciously like his own. Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough to actually hit someone, let alone plug them 3 times in the chest the way Spillane did.
The way old Spillane did, huh?
That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen discovers that Torvald was once involved with Diana Deneuve. Could it be that this is all over a sordid love triangle? One evening, Diana Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer.
No kidding! How does Mullen expect to solve the murder if he's sleeping with witnesses?
The man's a prosecutor's nightmare. Solving a murder counts for nothing if all the evidence gets thrown out in court over police misconduct.
I'm not sure I'm happy with this, but maybe the story will turn it around.
As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Diana Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you. I love you." Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly.
Can't trust a dame.
Who can you trust in this wicked, messed up world?
Your partner! Look at Kim. Then it gives you a quizzical expression in return. You go back to the story.
When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood.
Double fuck.
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Detective Mullen didn't commit the murder, he should be facing years behind bars. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life. Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
I've got some questions.
What is it, Detective?
Why does everyone close to Dick Mullen wind up dead?
It's a dangerous line of work, but somebody has to do it. That's why Dick Mullen never lets anyone get too close.
Except witnesses. Why did Dick Mullen become a detective in the first place?
There was never a time when he wasn't a detective. He was born a detective.
Was I not born to be a detective?
For a moment, you cease to read the story on the page and see the book for what it is. A collection of brittle, cheaply printed pages held together by glue made from the hooves of horses.
Nice. Hunter, sort of. You're talking about, the scene with Goldie and what's his name, the big dude.
You won't find the answers you're looking for here, in other words.
Why bother solving crimes when the world is so evil?
Is it really so evil, Detective?
I mean, there are parts of it that are worth saving.
Like what?
Friends and family.
Do you even have those?
I might, I just need to find them. I mean, I've got Kim.
Just make sure you don't lose him. You'll not find another like him. It's true in more ways than you know.
Uh-oh. Okay. Future, I was offered the opportunity to. We got the I think it was Endurance, that was like, "Hey kids, do you like fascism?" And I was like, no, I don't like fascism.
But then, what does this book know? It's just a poorly made piece of pulp garbage made to be consumed and discarded.
Okay, I guess I'm done.
So, who did it, Detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Diana Deneuve?
Love did them in.
What? That doesn't even make sense. There's never a straight answer with you, is there? You just get hooked on random stupid notions and then repeat them every chance you get. Now go on. Find out who really did it. You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming unglued.
Oh, great.
You try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough. They're gone. Dozens of pages scatter across the ground. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but it would take way too long.
Stupid old horse glue.
Ah, yes. The problem with mass-market paperbacks. They are not made to last. Perhaps this is a sign that you should get back to solving your own murder, huh, detective?
In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity.
Amazing. Future City, I had to sell the spinners from Kim. I did not want to, but I did not have enough money to accomplish it in any other way. Future, that was after I met the light-bending guy. I still didn't have enough money even with the 100 real from him. Oh, alright, well, anyway, now it's actually, it's late enough at night that I think we can go send Kim to bed. Of course I didn't beg, nobleman. I have my dignity. I also turned down that stupid check for, from Everart. Oh god, not this crap again. Okay, well, that stupid dialogue window is now, Okay, amateur, have a good one. That dialogue bug is now, happening. Yeah, Mikers, it's super unprofessional for a cop to do that. And I'm trying to get Harry rehabilitated here. Yeah, Future City, it's L1.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal Yes, I'm an old man.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
Yes, yes.
Alright,
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Oh, we didn't... Okay.
A 12 to 40 month... The youth, it's going... This is... My money is on.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine.
How else are you going to build something? It's always... There doesn't seem...
Okay, I see what we were doing. Yeah, it is pre-book, nobleman, but... In fact, it's also pre... If you fail the hand-eye check with Gart, you can lower your bill to 30 real. Okay, well, I wish I'd known that then, Future City, but thank you for telling me.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40... The youth sent... It's going to be... This is... My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite. Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a...
I should have seen Evra, probably. However, we'll need access to the coast before we do anything.
Okay.
In your hand, you have the cover, the tag, needless to...
Are you really reading that, detective? Good luck finding...
The point is, the story is Spillane, an extremely too desperate
right, let's
to clear
just
his
skip through
name.
most of this.
Mullen manages to convince the vet...
What's the matter,
They're not shit. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. And not just any dame. She's truly one in a million. A knockout whose mind is as dangerous as her curves. But she's got a secret.
Man, who doesn't?
Secrets are the currency of human relations. Your secrets are unknown. Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover, and that he was mixed up with a local... Not only is the local police captain in on outwardly, he would certainly have the motive and the meat. A typical... The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's man. Torvald. That said, Torvald and Spillane, one evening, well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer. The man, as the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette.
Technovirus, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back.
Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold. In your hand, you hold Dick.
Okay, so we've got through most of the book. We're going to save now and see if... How are you doing, Technovirus? It's good to see you. I hope you're well.
In your hand, the story opens with a Spillane needs an extremely unprofessional.
Oh God, okay.
Her 2 days late, desperate to clear his name. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the... One evening, well, that testimony, as the two lovers share... I love you, whatever it is. Mullen, who can you trust in this wicked... When Mullen comes to, Mullen trash fleeing across. The heat is on. Can you solve the case before the cops? So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve?
The politician's twat's son.
Could be. Who knows? Only one way to find out. You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself... You try to grab the pages,
okay.
Dozens of pages scattered.
Perhaps...
In your hand, you hold...
I guess that just happens no matter what, then. Oh, interesting, Bread Assassin. Okay. Alright, what do we got?
Aces high.
Oh, damn it, we didn't... Maybe we did. +1 empathy toward Kim Kisaragi. +1 Esprit de Corps. Okay. For the rest of the world, the Ace is High is just a cool Revachol thing, politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kisaragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades, and those cargo pants could store tools for hoisting your aerostatic. Maybe you should ask him about this. Interesting, Bread Assassin. Okay. Oh, but we can't. Alright, well, let's go drop him off then. Future City, the text in this game is unreadably tiny. And apparently because I'm playing this on an HD TV, when it was, I guess, written for a computer monitor, that apparently makes the text even more illegible, somehow. Hello, Azrael, welcome!
You see a heavy...
Yeah, it is Future City. Alright, gonna try, Future City. No, Mel, this appears to be an issue, that only happens with HD TVs and or on PS5. Oh, good, Kim. I'm glad you can phase through walls. That's amazing. But it doesn't help, and... No, Tutufuzi, I still haven't found it. I would like to send Kim to bed. Try to enter your room? Okay. Oh, I've not paid for the room yet. Yeah, Mel, so do I, but Pat probably has a 4K TV. Mine is 1080p max. Maybe that's the problem. Alright, I probably have to get the room before...
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
Come on, man.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Right. That's probably why we weren't getting that dialogue. Well, Future City, that's why I haven't invested anything in 4K. It's pointless for me because I can't stream in 4K. Twitch doesn't allow it, and neither does my internet. See you in the morning. Indeed. Bye. Did he just walk through the door? I think he did. Okay, well... time to go get those boots. Oh, the balcony is a one-time thing. Okay. It gave me the impression that it expected me to do that every day. Crime, Ugin. Kim himself said that the boots were going to be useless to the investigation. Besides which, we've already got all the evidence we need. What the? What's this?
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
What kind of vehicle drove through here?
Hard to say.
Why am I looking at this?
Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case-related, you think.
Okay. Shush, Zaaz. No one has to know.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush. No.
It'd be easy enough to blame Kuno and Kuno S. Besides which, now that we have the bullet and we know what sort of firearm the bullet was fired from,
you see a set of tire
we'll be able to
tracks in
find the real killer
the tire
anyway.
tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber.
Somebody started there, crashed into the gate, reversed, and then turned.
Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there, and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager. Why that pang of guilt again?
What happened next?
The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
This is significant somehow.
Maybe. Probably. An ominous warning of bad things ahead.
Okay. Tell me something, dead man. Oh, I don't have the option? Why the hell not?
There are 8 pairs of tracks in the mud. 3 stick out. You won't get far without a lieutenant here to bounce thoughts off of. Where could he be right now? The asphalt passing underneath the front wheels of his motor carriage at a high speed.
Why am I not being given an option for this? Try talking to the body? No, nothing. There's a double-clicking issue on PC sometimes? No, I'm only given the option to... What's going on here? I missed a step somewhere? How the hell did that happen?
Necromancer pig. That shit was dark. Going in there like that. Oh, brutal shit. Tell me, Kuno dies. You gonna pick one out of his brain like that too? Kuno's gonna go out in a hail of bullets. Gonna look like a fucking porcupine.
Well, that sucks.
Porta Rosa, a side alley of the Boogie Street Spearhead. A young man in his early 20s approaches patrol officer Emile Mullins and asks for a cigarette. As Officer Mullins reaches in his coat pocket for the pack of Astra he just purchased this morning, the man shoots him point blank in his chest. Breathless, the patrol officer collapses in the gutter. His right hand is grabbing the armor on his chest. The bullet didn't pierce it, but he can't breathe. On the pavement, the patter of the perpetrator's feet growing distant.
I did finish the autopsy, Future City, yes. Are you not supposed to? I didn't tell him to take the body.
Bleed, pig. Someone opens a window and says, but Emile cannot see who. His sight grows dim with pain.
I'll be there for you, Kuno.
Yeah.
There's a dreamy look in his eyes. I took care of the drug situation.
All right, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, you give Kuno Kuno's kilo, then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way, street way. Word on the street is, you send your little friend in dressed as a hooker. This Kuno wants to hear all about it. But first, we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit.
Yeah, okay.
Wow, that's heavy. There you go. More than half in there. Kuno's fucking honorable like that. Now tell me, how the fuck are you still alive, pig?
I looked around in there. It's not the easy life you've... I met your dad.
Yeah, you do some sambo shit, sneak in.
Sambo is
Right.
an acronym for Samoan boxing.
Your dad is a
Graceful
half-dead
martial
alcoholic. He
arts
was
stuff.
sleeping under some clothes.
What?
Interesting, Bread Assassin. So maybe it's that, maybe it's that we put the, maybe it's that we put the boots in the autopsy report, so now they have to be included on the corpse. That sucks. I'm not gonna reload for that, and I don't think I can at this point anyway. So, Nobleman, is there another piece, another pair of boots that you can get, or is it just that one?
His posture changes. The swaying rooster.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping
Okay,
like
Future
a bum.
City, so that's
Kuno
the
told ya.
problem.
You got lucky, pig.
I should have omitted the combat boots from the report. Damn it, these are the only boots. Okay, well...
Fuck you trying to do? Get the Kuno to stop. Kuno's just getting it on.
Keep your ass together, Kuno.
You don't have to be scared of him anymore.
Kuno's not fucking trying to be tough. This shit is real. Kuno's fucking violent dad's gonna be a vegetable. Kuno knows that shit. Kuno's gonna go out like that too. Gonna be...
Stop saying all this.
There's a touch of grief in the...
Fuck are you talking, sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit.
Don't have to turn into that.
Get your fucking nun ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. You think 'cause you brought Kuno 1 gram of speed, you're friends now? Turn into... Kuno ain't turning into shit.
Kuno won! Oh, you won!
He did not win. There is a crack in there now, and it's spreading across the face of his certainty.
The boots give 2 authority and -1 composure. Future City, I'm honestly more concerned with how much they sell for.
The fuck do you know about Kuno?
Yeah!
6 meters underground, below piping from before the war.
Fuck right there were. Fucking 3 years or some shit. That's right. It's a shit.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno.
Okay, well...
Yeah, pig. This shit is done. Now get the fuck out of Kuno's face. Kuno doesn't...
The pawn shop doesn't accept equipment. You can sell no clothes. Okay. But I thought that the pawn shop has an option for selling clothes, explicitly for selling clothes.
I'll die before I squeal.
Oh, it's a red herring. Okay, well, that's great. In that case, I guess we can just go to the pawn shop and get rid of the rest of this junk that we're carrying around. Huh? Is this? Hello? Goodness sake. Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl, the Rune du Disco. Oh, really, Future City? Okay, that explains it. This.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. The print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Heimdall burning.
Schnoof the t-shirt.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, says the shopkeep, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
How much are you selling this t-shirt for? 2 real.
That's very cheap for a printed t-shirt that's still in pretty good shape.
It's unusually cheap, isn't it? It should belong to anyone who is ready to wear it. Couldn't you just give it to me for free then? He frowns, but why? Because I'm a broke cop without a cent to my name? I sympathize, I do, but this is a for-profit enterprise.
That's very cheap for a printed...
Maybe I could repay you some other way? I deal in goods, not services, okay. That's a rad Man from Helmdall t-shirt you have there. Oh yeah, man, the shopkeeper sounds enthusiastic. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just such a pure exemplar. You must be a serious Man from Helmdall fan. A fan? No, I wouldn't go that far, but I do think the Helmdaller Man saga is an integral part of our shared reality. Most people don't think that the Man from Helmdall really existed, but they're wrong. What do you mean he was real? I mean, even if the Man from Helmdall didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really. Yeah, reality has a way of bending back on itself. Exactly, cause and effect work in both directions. Besides, I've been to Katla, though not quite as far north as the Helmdall, and watched the northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic rides there, or tides.
His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting. Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Welcome to Helmdall, officer. Let's see. Oh, you know what? That actually is a pretty cool print. I like the bronze accent around the collar and the sleeves and the hem. Physical instrument and shivers, huh? Too old for this shirt. Yeah, maybe a little too old. Hunter, maybe in terms of his appearance, he does look like Patch's dad. But he's dealt squarely with us so far. He seems like an alright guy.
All the old boomboxes are there, blinking and waiting to whirl.
Future City, so let me ask you, because I'm somewhat curious about this. This street light, is there actually a way in the game to get enough money to buy this? Because he's asking 700 for it, and I can't even begin to wrap my head around how I would get 700 real.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Is it even possible, or do you have to save mod the game in order to get it? You can buy it through cheats. And it does have dialogue? Okay. Oh, it has a dialogue for cheaters. Ah, okay. Yeah, because it seems impossible to ever get that much money in the entire game based on the amounts I've been getting so far. You can only get it through cheating. Okay, interesting. Oh, I don't actually have anything that I can, Well, I'm not sure that I need the rifle now. Then again, I'm not sure I want to part with it. You buy it but can't pick it up, so it just sits there through the entire... Oh, okay. Gotcha. Min-maxing, you can get up to 480 real. Okay, huh. Oh, can I not actually repair the rifle, nobleman? I was gonna hang on to it and see if I could get it working again. If there was somebody who could fix it, maybe. I can sell the rifle? There's no way to repair it? No. Okay, well, damn. That sucks. Thanks for the heads up, though. Alright, then. Not purchasing any more clothing. Especially that tie, it swallows... Okay, right. Alright, then. Technically, Mel, yes, that does seem to be the case. Alright then, I guess we're just gonna have to go to bed. Okay, yeah, Future City, in that case, its main purpose appears to have just been, giving us the hint about where the bullet came from. And I guess that's it then. I think now... It's a shame we can't sell the speed bottle. I really would like to get rid of this. The window in the Union alcove? Future City, you can't interact with it at night. I've been trying to check it all day, and throughout the entire day... Oh, this auto-saves me for some reason? Throughout the entire day, I kept getting a message that it wasn't time yet, it wasn't time yet. And now it's night, and I can't check it anymore. This is exactly what I was afraid would happen. It's not interactable now. cheese it, Future City? I think the only way to cheese it is to save scum it. Empty cassette case. This. Words fail to describe how rank it smells in here. They should have sent a poet.
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you.
Run yourself a bath.
The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons.
Undress, close your eyes, and submerge.
The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting. Like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies.
Jesus.
You feel nice and lonely, and so tired.
Take the beer cans out.
Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub.
Linger in the tub a little.
Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools.
Oh, it healed us. Imagine something.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature.
Okay, I guess that's it.
The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Nothing new there. And nothing new there. Alright, I guess it's time for bed.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too... The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
What? Why?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately.
Which is why I'm quitting the booze cold turkey.
Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
I'm sorry, cells. It's all me. It's my fault.
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
These are my just desserts. I will endure this pain with dignity. I mean, I probably do also need medical attention, but...
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of the day. You keep coming back to yourself in the mirror. But why? To admire all your accomplishments? You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I will. I'm looking at people all the time. I don't exactly hate them.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
Some of them are. Some of them are nice. Others are scared. At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts. You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
You gotta sleep sometime, limbic system. You, of all systems, ought to know that.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Ugh. I'd like to move now, please. Thank you. Okay. Undead Medic, that's the internal dialogue that is one of the elements of this game which have earned it the reputation it has for being so interesting and, to at least some extent, innovative. I mean, it draws heavily from Planescape Torment, but other than that, Undead Medic, if I understand correctly, our protagonist has been hungover since the beginning of the game, since we first assumed control. Hello, Art Dawes. Yeah, I'm, we do, Hunter, but I'm not even sure if I can get any or drink. Like, there doesn't seem to be a mechanic for that. The one time we were given water was during a cutscene, or during an event, rather. So I'm not sure really what else we could possibly do. Yes, Ugan, although the reason for passing out was because, I forced the protagonist to relive memories of his ex-wife. Come on.
The door is closed. Still. This door.
Still nothing. Who is this? Hi, Kim.
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
Horse-faced woman, huh?
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
Oh?
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Hold on, you're a patrol officer?
Yes, I am.
I'm on a murder investigation. Are you the cavalry?
I'm definitely not the cavalry.
Is everything all right? Why don't you want to talk?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Have I wronged you? I've done that to a lot of people.
No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay.
She shakes her head and breathes out.
Something changes in her. It's pity. Pity comes over her.
Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct are you from?
What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
The sunglass-wearing man pushes through his teeth.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
You're the police, right? Cool, so am I.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
Wait, is he police?
Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
Okay.
What are you, the police, doing here?
I'm just looking out for...
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses, and you are...
A horse-faced woman, wow.
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two is making her uncomfortable.
Okay.
You look like shit.
Your ruffled face reflects in the man's sunglasses.
And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Look, the last couple of days have been rough.
Oh, don't be so modest. We're looking at several months worth of damage here. Kind of a miracle you're still up and at it, to be honest.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What do you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar, but different face.
Something about this guy, figure
Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Oh, really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from?
Maybe?
Okay, then. It's probably a coincidence. Again?
Okay. Alright. We can... He's not doing a very good job of being undercover. Where is our Esprit de Corps? Well, I think we already have something on that... Yeah, we do. That occupies the same slot. So we just try the check.
I can't believe this.
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Tell me the truth. Do you know me from somewhere?
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
From where? From another life?
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
69! No, it's 41.
Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good.
Alright, let's talk a little bit more about this hypothetical Station 41. Oh, okay, this is not voiced. Hypothetical Station 41. Yeah, let's fantasize about that. He blinks aggressively. I'm not busy, you're not busy. Let's just play around. So what would our relationship be in this alternate universe?
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
You seem like a cool guy. I'd love to have you as a partner.
Would you now? Or would I be cramping your style? Never mind, partner.
No, you wouldn't cramp my style at all.
Okay. How about you stop wasting my time and get on with whatever you were doing then?
Do you have a crime to solve? Oh no, no, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes, and let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
Shakes her head and looks at the man with the sunglasses disapprovingly. Who else is in our imaginary police station?
You're not going to believe this, but... police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lung.
Who is this far-out son of Lung? Oh, it's you, you eccentric genius. He winks at you sarcastically. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Want to tell me more about him or her?
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
He's trying to protect you from further rough handling, dished out by this sunglassed man.
Low Kitty, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Happy Easter and congrats on 3 years.
Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
His gray eyes suddenly flash above the glass frames. They feel sad.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that sadness.
Okay, got some questions for you. I'm a cop.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
Like a man down on his luck? I'm trying real hard here, man.
Ah, well, go solve your case then. That would count as trying hard.
All right.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
Yeah, super weird.
There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at, but still.
I should ask him if we're from the same station.
Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Well, I think we've already covered that.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say?
Okay.
Okay?
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
I know who this guy is. We talked to him on the radio. I'm all right, thanks, Slow Kitty. How about yourself? Well, now I'm wondering if... since Kim is going to be gone anyway, if we have him bag up the body... Right, hang on. Let's save here. Oh, good, Low Kitty. I'm really glad that you get to spend Easter with your family, at least. And it's your niece's birthday. Excellent. That sounds like it's going to be a very exciting day. What kind of pie are you making, Mel? And I swear, if you say pie flavor, we're gonna have to talk. Hello, beer lover. Welcome. I'm always up either late or early. Sleep schedules have no meaning for me. All right, well, it seems as though we can just go ahead and, since I accidentally missed the option to get the combat boots, we can go ahead and, we can have Kim finish up the investigation and bag the body now.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
All right, Mel, I guess we have to talk.
All right.
Send the victim's body to processing.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
Right. Oh, that's nice of you, Mel. It looks like quite a few of you are doing special things for Easter tomorrow. I can't say that I am. Mainly because I have nobody to spend Easter with, but that's fine. First of all, I'm not a Christian, so I don't celebrate Easter. But, Germany is a very, very heavily Christian country, so probably pretty much everybody else will be, doing stuff tomorrow. You're working? Yeah, I might be working too, Medic. I might stream tomorrow. We'll have to see. Honor Jesus by hunting for eggs. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Azriel. All things considered, I think I'm...
Necromancer, Kunodas.
Probably pretty happy to...
The man shoots him point blank in Bleed Pig. Someone opens a window and says, but Emil cannot see who. His sight...
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy to not have anything to do on Easter.
All right. See, that's how we split it. It's the best. Wow. There you go. Now tell me, how the fuck are you still... Yeah!
6 meters underground.
Yeah? How are you still... What?
His posture...
Fuck right. You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking What fuck you trying to do?
Keep your ass together, Kuno.
Yeah? Kuno's dad. Kuno's gonna have... Stop.
There's a
Fuck you talking, sad? Kuno's got... Get your fucking turn into...
Kuno won!
He did not win. There is a crack in...
Fuck right there, where? Fucking 3 years. That's right.
Yeah, in a tomb,
Okay.
Kuno.
Yeah, pig. This shit is done. Kuno...
Alright, we're done with this now. Now the corpse is out of the way, so at least our investigation will have progressed and we will not lose Kim tomorrow. Yeah, Rolls, I can't even begin to imagine how busy Easter must be when you have kids.
You see a set of tire tracks in cop habit. This is hard to cop habit. This isn't case related. No.
Marshmallow oh, you mean peep smell, right? The little marshmallow chicks? You know, nobleman, I used to like those things when I was a kid, but I have long since lost my taste for them.
You see a set of tire track cop habit. This hard to cop habit. This isn't case related. The tire tracks were left here by some of that rubber stuck to the tile and then accelerated straight into the driver proceeded before heading south. Must have been enough. Maybe an ominous.
His daughter turned 3 today, so he has Easter and a birthday. Wow, Low Kitty. Yeah, that is a very, very busy day. Although, Low Kitty, in situations like that, when I was in elementary school and somebody had a birthday on a holiday, they would kind of, well, depending on the holiday, they would kind of get cheated because usually their birthday would just be combined with the holiday, and it would all be celebrated together as kind of an aggregate celebration. So if it was normally a holiday where they would have gotten gifts, and if their birthday was also on that holiday, they would usually just get one gift for both the holiday and their birthday. Yeah, at that age, Low Kitty, they're too young to understand that it's different at all. Which is fortunate.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah, the print smells worn. You're not imagining.
Oh, that was nice of you, Low Kitty.
His theory, very.
Yeah, Fontes.
Indeed.
Mainly it was people
geomagnetic ley line
who had a birthday on Christmas or somewhere during Hanukkah, and it would just get combined.
That's very cheap for a printed
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help.
All right. Yeah, they always break, don't they, Mel? Especially the cheap ones. Ha! Well, Rolls, you're a stronger man than I if you have what it takes to be a parent. Because I most certainly do not. Nor is that the life I would want to live. But I know that different people view it in different ways, and for some, it is a source of happiness. I can still examine this.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence.
Well, checking for you. It's a little bit more interesting when you're not reloading save files. Because depending upon how much you're willing to miss, there is potentially a lot of that. That's what I'm doing now. That's why I'm skipping the events, is because I've already done these a minute ago, but I just realized that there was a better way in which I could have done them, so I ended up having to reload a save file to go back and correct that. Well, I imagine that helps a little bit, Rolls, but the fact remains, you had the will and the desire to be in that situation in the first place. You know, at least you were willing to try, and it's clear that you were willing to learn. Rolls, do you two know each other? Thank you very much for the gift sub, Rolls, to Checkin' For You, or Checkin' For. I'm not sure how that username is meant to be pronounced. I hope you'll forgive me. But I take it that you know each other. Well, Undead Medic, I guess the theory is that by the time the second kid rolls around, you already have some experience from the first. Oh, okay, Rolls. I see. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one around here with a touch of OCD. Thank you again, Rolls, for the gift sub. I really appreciate that.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night.
Oh, checking for you. Okay. Thank you. Is that alright if I just call you Check for short? That would be a little bit easier than saying the whole 4 syllables each time. Alright, we got an empty cassette case. Thank you, Check. That makes it considerably easier on an old man like me.
This is not the clean. That soap's the bathtub, the water. You feel nice and lonely. Now you are. Your fingers grow. You see that. Then, how's the waterline?
Wash off the corpse smell. Oh, we got a skill point.
The bed is still.
Now we can skip through all this crazy
the bed
fever dream nonsense again.
Here we are again. You're not. It's
that pain. Every cell in your body.
now.
You're just stuck here. Sure.
Some of them, at least people are.
What do you think?
Letty.
But it never.
Oh, shush, Rolls. You don't give the impression of being anywhere near as old as I feel. All right. Clothes. Where are the gloves? Door? Hello? Cursor? Thank you. Well, Rolls, you do have kids, so I guess in some ways you're probably aging faster than I am. Yeah, Fontes, I need to add it to the list. Oh, Kim's back. All right. Well, now I don't have to lose him for a whole day.
The woman in an RCM.
I would really prefer not.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
But it's cool to see another cop. I thought Kim and I were the only ones. Let's just do this by the book, okay?
By the...
Pinches the front of the root of her nose.
Something changes in her. It's pity. Pity comes over her.
Yeah, Rolls. A lot of kids are like that. You should consider yourself lucky that you ended up with one of the intelligent ones. The density will go away with age.
Okay, fine.
Usually.
Let's talk.
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
Alright. I guess there's nothing...
Wow. So someone's been a little boring.
What?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Look, I'm just trying to do my job. Wait a minute. What's this, picking on me for not being crazy enough? That's the least of my concerns. Right, Tin Man? Well, Rolls, it was nice of you to go easy on him.
No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal.
Look, I'm just trying to do my job, Drama. No need for extravagance here.
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
Wait, what? Will this be my capo type now?
Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes, of course, with the usual benefits.
You know what, Drama? Why not? Send out that telefax. I'm gonna do this just to spite you.
Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
Well, Tin Man, I'll be 36 in a month, and kids are the absolute last thing I want, so I don't know whether that makes you feel any better or worse. I hope not worse, but regular law official. -2 Inland Empire, nothing funky. Research time 1 hour, 20 minutes. Okay, so it looks like you've got a bit of the normal in you, a touch of the regular, 4 grams of Johnny Normal Cop. Who would have thunk it? You, the extremist of all the cops. You said some pretty boring things back there, and now you have 2 choices. You can either leave it behind and forget about it, or you can try to utilize your normalcy. Internalize it. Get a touch of vanilla back into the herring-flavored egg and licorice ice cream of your mind. I don't like the sound of that one bit. Yeah, we do have skill points. Should also be able to unlock a skill point slot. Unlock, okay, there we go. And let's put on the regular law official thought. Nobleman, I think that would be one of only one rather of many problems. Unlock. Okay, good. Shrimp-flavored licorice is proper cursed. My God. Okay, let's try this again.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
You look like shit, asshole.
Wow, you seem stable and in control. Allow me to say, alcohol really seems to have had a positive effect on you. Now, what do you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head.
You know what? Actually, that probably was not not the best way to approach this guy. Squid flavored Warstar, welcome back. I knew immediately that was you before I even saw the username, just because of the type of comment it was and the content.
You look like shit, and I don't mean that as a metaphor.
The last couple of days have been rough.
Oh, don't be so modest. We're looking at several months worth of damage here.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What do you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face.
Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar.
Oh, really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? Okay, then.
Let's pass that check.
Again? I can't
Warstar.
believe this shit.
You know what it is.
Oh, I
Another life.
Yes. To what station do you think you would... Okay. Somewhere good. Let's be crazy. Let's say you... Would you now? Or would I... Okay. How about you stop
Rolls,
wasting
thank
my
you so
time
much
and
for the
get
gift
on
sub
with
to
whatever
Regina.
you
I
were
really
doing
appreciate
then.
that.
This isn't helping.
Alright.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
It's a mere second, but it feels like
Kim,
you
who
saw
is this
something.
Mm-mm. I'm not getting involved in this.
Oh, of course.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
Like a man down on his luck? I'm trying real hard here, man.
Ah. Well, go solve your case then. That would count as trying hard. No.
Fine.
The man in sunglasses nods. Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
Yes?
There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. But still.
Warstar, I thought you military types weren't into tacky modifications like that. Or did somebody do it just to be ironic? It sounds like the kind of thing one of you guys would do just for a laugh. It's impossible. I don't want to waste my time.
Of course, yes. It's preposterous.
All right, Kim. Oh, nothing, huh?
Can I help you?
Oh, I must have missed a post then, Warstar. I saw your comment, but if you said something before it, I might have missed that. Oh, I see. I did miss your comment about Resonance of Fate. I gotcha. So I'm guessing in Resonance of Fate, you can customize an MP5 that way. I see. Gotcha, Warstar. That is the context I was missing then. Most horrible. Warstar, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that Resonance of Fate hurt you. Right, what about Cryptid Lady here?
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Okay, no, I guess not. And we have nothing new here.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony
All right, this stupid window is gonna be just the bane of my existence.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Are you Elizabeth Beaufort?
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
He points to the tall man by the table.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes. In the way she stands. In her face.
Yeah, Easy Leo told me about you. He sure does like to talk.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
All right, well, screw it. I am sick and tired of trying to figure out what is going to cause it to be time to look out the window, so...
Behind the dockworkers.
We're doing this.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling. Nothing.
Oh!
Even though you know you should see it, you don't. Just branches like black tangles of hair, motionless. The wind in the yard doesn't reach the hawthorn. Maybe come back later and you can try again.
After all that? For God's sake. Pass an impossible check and it's still not time. Never have I felt so cheated in my life.
It wasn't time yet. You have to know of the girl. Return when you know more.
Oh. You have to know of the girl. So, we need to dig up more dirt on Elizabeth, it sounds like. Man, all the bloody luck in the world still isn't enough to save me. That's just my lot in life. Yes, check. This game is out. Well, it was originally out for PC. And, in fact, it's been out for PC longer than it has for any other platform. It came out on PC in 2019, actually. And it only about 4 days ago was released on other platforms in an expanded version, which is what I'm playing now. Unfortunately, Warstar beat me to it, but yeah, the expanded version has some issues. Oh, Juniperone, the check stays passed. Okay. Well, then I guess it's not a total loss.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything. Kuno doesn't...
Okay, I guess that's all we can do here. Alright, so first of all then, I guess we need to go deal with the... request from Everart.
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I head the citizens' militia on this fine day?
You mentioned Jean-Marie Bayou. Who is that?
Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman in all of Revachol. Maybe the entire world.
No, Warstar, it turns out that I apparently did not get a drama check during the autopsy that would have enabled me to not mention the combat boots in the autopsy report. And because the combat boots were mentioned in the autopsy report, apparently they had to stay on the corpse, because having them turn up missing at the coroner's office would have looked real bad. And I didn't realize that till after I finished the autopsy. Because the drama check never happened. Probably because I'm wearing some equipment that has a penalty to drama.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston. Let her rest in peace.
So you both knew her?
We knew her, all right. Lived on the same street our entire lives, just 2 houses apart. The 3 of us have been best friends since we were 4.
It wasn't Warstar?
She was René's first girl back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die for some great ideal than just be happy.
And then you stole her from me!
He jerks forward, but then grabs his chest and stops. Easy, fellas. No need for this to get ugly.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80 years ago when the 3 of us were just learning to walk and talk.
You stole her from me.
René repeats, trying to steady his breathing and still clutching his chest.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you spilled over her pretty yellow dress.
We were just boys then. This was different. You...
The tall veteran looks at you and nods.
No point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time. Especially when we have company. Officer.
What happened to her?
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. It was a quiet passage, peaceful. René and I were both by her bedside when she...
died. No use sugarcoating it. Won't bring her back, will it now?
Departed. Until the very end she couldn't decide between us. The most indecisive woman I've ever met.
Why do you think she was indecisive?
She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite color, or which one of us to marry.
The look in his eyes is happy and distant.
She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married.
Oh, really, Warstar? Interesting. Yeah, I did everything else. I waited till Kim left. And then came back and examined the corpse, and there was no option to take the boots off. That is a bit odd.
Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and pastries.
Suddenly remembers you're still there, falls silent, and turns away. Okay, well, thanks for sharing.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left.
Okay.
Sure, officer.
Nothing?
No. Sweet. Of course, officer.
And nothing.
Officer!
He rubs his
Damn
chest
it.
and spits.
Pull yourself together, René. What do you want?
I understand Jean-Marie meant a lot to you.
There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not our death you are investigating.
What happened with you guys?
I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira operation in the south. and found my sweetheart in the arms of this wretch.
The Ikeda operation was a 7-year campaign, during which suzerain
Okay, Rolls, have a good one. Thank you for hanging out today. Take care.
Guillaume's army forcefully united the people in the southeastern part of La Petite Continent, collectively known as the Ikeda tribes, under the Revacholian banner.
I won her back, but while I was dealing with some issues.
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you hurt her.
Dark cloud. That sounds unpleasantly familiar.
He looks down at his boots, lips moving, but the words are inaudible.
Those days and memories are gone.
He nods and looks at Renee with something resembling compassion. The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face, there's an odd look in his eyes. Huh. The tie comes in again? What do you mean, Warstar? I didn't see a dialogue option from the tie. Unless it was right there and I just missed it. Moving around in this game can be a pain too, just because sometimes it's difficult to see where you're standing and where the obstacles are. Alright, let's go check to see if the plastic wrapped macaronis stamped with humanitarian aid. Food gift from the people of Messina. Humanitarian aid, tuna fish, not for resale. Speakers from the people of Samara.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
The food packages you're selling here have humanitarian aid written on them. How come?
You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook, no hassle, really cheap too. Buy some, try them out.
Oh, okay, Warstar. I didn't see it.
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
Doesn't that kind of beat the idea of humanitarian aid? It's supposed to be free. That's what makes it humanitarian.
It is. Practically free. Yours for 5 cents a piece. Rock that tuna. Why not some macaroni too?
I think one also said not for resale on the packaging.
No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers. An extremely reputable guy.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
Does your supplier drive that Humanox lorry over there? Point at the lorry with the big Humanox sign on it.
What?
Street vendor looks over his left shoulder and stares at the lorry as though he's never seen a lorry in his entire life.
Look, officer. I'm just a retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
Lieutenant whips out his blue notebook and makes a note.
We'll need more if we're going to pin this one down, he thinks. Good questions, though. Sharp eyes, officer.
Everything's still cool here, officer. You mean...
No hassle.
Right, hang on.
There's a little of a hassle.
Don't play
here,
games with me,
it
Barker.
appears. A moral
Hawker.
hassle.
What's going on?
No problem here, officer. I get all this from...
Wait. Humanex.
Okay.
What? Look,
We'll need more if we...
Okay, in that case, I guess we have to dig around a bit more. And it looks like we're not going to find anything over here. But I do believe they should have fixed... Yeah, I think these guys look like a work crew. We can't interact with them, but...
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole.
Oh. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk, then...
The water lock starts moving.
All right.
All right. We can go to the coast now. Expect rugged terrain and drunks. And if you wanted to forge that document for Evrard, now you can.
I do believe I will. Can we walk across? Yeah, we can! Awesome! Right? Hold on to forging that document, Future City? I mean, I wasn't in a huge rush to forge it, but... I'm wondering if there are any other possible outcomes. Cursed Nobleman, there were at least two. We were presented with the option to either do it the way he wanted us to and screw over all the people who are going to live near the construction site, or to get fake signatures on it that are not the signatures he needs and screw over his attempt at muscling the people out. Here. Radio relay hums with electricity. Ooh, money. Yoink. A breaker box to power the radio pylon above you. Maybe there's something inside. Head, decades of old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. Oh, money. Oh, yes. The ubiquitous concrete jacks. These are not strictly meant as defenses. They're certainly serviceable as such, but you often see these used as components of tide walls to disperse the force of particularly powerful waves. Huh? Creaking ahead, a broken axle grinding. Okay. All right, let's see. Oh, actually, yeah, you know... I think, guys, we're getting towards the time that I probably should be going to try at least to get some rest. I'm seeing that we've been at this for almost 8 hours, and the fatigue is starting to catch up. So I think I'm going to call it here. This seems like a good point at which to call it, because we've got the entirety of day 3 ahead of us, and we have a whole new area to explore. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to go raid a viewer of mine. We're going to go raid Burning Jalapeno, who is streaming some Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, Jalapeno has just recently, relatively recently, started streaming and is working on getting his channel off the ground. So let's go really make his night. He would really appreciate this. He's still got a tiny following. He's hanging out right now with 5 people. Let's go keep him company. This will really make him happy. And I probably will not be able to stream tomorrow, but I will definitely be free again the following day. So I will see all of you then. Yeah, Mel, I'm sorry, but I think this is probably the best place to call it before we start getting into any of the new stuff in this area. So let's go say hi to Jalapeno. He will really appreciate this. Thank you all so much for hanging out today. Thank you all for the unbelievable amount of support you've shown. And I look forward to seeing you guys and gals the day after tomorrow. Take care, everybody.